This is a complete audiobook reading of New Metaphysics, written by Bashar with Darrell Anka, 1987. Introduction. This entire work is specifically aimed, if you will, towards the conscious recognition that now, upon your planet, is the timing for the integration, and thus the removal of the separations between the levels of all of your consciousness. And if you share this journey with us, you will come to discover the removal, or blending, or integration of all of these ideas between the levels of your consciousness that you have deemed to be separations. You will thus understand that, with this removal, there will be a removal of the separations in all the endeavors of your lives upon your physical plane. You will come to understand the interrelationships of all fields of effects, all physicalized endeavors, both what you term to be micro and macroscopic in nature. Many times, upon your civilization, you have deemed to discover that microscopic effects, in your terms, are of such nature as to differ greatly from what you perceive to be the macroscopic effects. But realize there are parallelities in these ideas that can be felt as real physical effects upon your planet that have, in every way, shape, or form, to do with those microscopic effects you are discovering. Recognize you have already come to terms with your own randomness within the overall consciousness, even though there may be events that will be undertaken by the overall entity that represents the consciousness of your entire civilization. Submerged within that entity is each and every individual that makes it up, in the same manner that, within the overall identity of a piece of matter, there are your understandings of the individual entities you call atomic structures. In this way, recognize that these atomic structures in themselves, such as protons, electrons, and so forth, have a certain randomness that you find unpredictable. Thus, you can know, with some degree of certainty, the overall predictability of the entire material. In like manner, you will find that, while your individuals within your society have the freedom of choice and the self-empowerment to act in seemingly random fashion within the overall civilization, the overall effect of all of these courses of action will give rise to an overall effect, a gestalt, if you will, an entire concept of your entire civilization that can be viewed by many different consciousnesses not of your civilization. And this overall momentum can be read, to a degree, to indicate that you are now choosing to push all of your energy toward the idea of a transformation of yourselves, a new understanding of yourselves with regard to how you view your ideas of your reality. In this way, you are now creating vibrations within your society that match the vibrations of integrations of other societies, and thus, you are creating the opportunity and ability to recognize that there are other consciousnesses aside from your own civilizations, and that we have been communicating with you for quite some time of your time, as you create time upon your society. Recognize we will be exploring all of the ideas of the foundation of physical reality, and how each applies to all of the specific disciplines upon your planet, in general terms. Recognize that we will be formulating and projecting into your society, at this time, a concept which, in your vernacular, may be translated into the idea we will call template metaphysics. In this way, you may find that this will form the basis and the foundation for the purposes that physical reality has been created to begin with. You will find it to be the overriding and underlying template upon which the idea of physical energy is created, thus forming the unification ideas in a non-physical template form that your scientists are now beginning to realize may exist, and gives the underlying template or skeletal framework to your physical reality, that which you recognize to be your material world. Recognize, as we explore all of these different ideas, we will always be affording you the opportunity to know that this in no way, shape, or form constitutes information that you must believe, need to believe in any way, shape, or form. The choice is always yours. You are an unlimited creator, each and every one of you, and together, you are the creator, the all that is. You have always had, and always will have total self-empowerment, total freedom of choice to recognize all of the agreements that you made in creating this physical reality, co-creating it with every other being within it, and thus, we will simply come to discover that your civilization and the individuals within it, and our civilizations and all the other civilizations and individuals within them, are all co-creating a dance, a play. A joyous experience, an expression of all of the different ways the all that is has of looking at itself. The style and delivery of the information is representative of a certain level of blending between the channel and the consciousness of the association. At the time of this publication, this blending has accelerated, and the delivery would be clearer and smoother. At present, it was felt, however, that the original style be maintained for the purpose of transmitting the information in the original format, since it is believed that this format is an integral part of the way in which the reader will understand the information. It is not an apology. It is, to some degree, a clarification for individuals that may feel the format will be a struggle for them, but it can allow them to understand that the level of their understanding and the level of the format are matched in vibration. A brief overview. Now, then, allow me to move beyond the introduction to this idea. We will now explore many of the different ideas to be contained within the work that we will share with you. The overall momentum, procedures, and steps will be seen to cover philosophy, religion, metaphysics, science, creativity, extraterrestrial civilization and consciousness, past lives, future lives, alternate expressions of dimensional self, expressions of the multidimensional self, discourses on time and space. We will cover the idea, expressly, in its own chapter, of the physics and metaphysics of template metaphysics. We will discuss the connections to your quantum theories. We will speak, to some degree, of space travel. We will describe, in a completely separate area, the functions of the personality, and thus we will broach into the ideas covering that which you know to be psychology in all of its aspects. There will be opportunity within this discourse for the inclusion of questions, of dialogues, of answers. Within the discourse on psychology and personality, we will also be covering all of the ideas you call channeling and mediumship, and cover a wide range of ideas of consciousness itself. Preceding all of this, as an introduction, will be the creation of what you may call charts, two of which we have discussed with you, which will allow there to be a reference point for the individuals. One will be the 5 vibrational levels: existence, knowing, belief, emotion, mentality. This will be listed as such, in that order, from highest to lowest. The other will be the chart we have previously given you with regard to positive and negative manifestation. Positive and negative manifestation. Positive manifestation. Winning. Playing to win. Playing not to win, representing. Positive. Action. Allowance. Enye. Preference, integration. Then we have negative manifestation. Playing not to lose. Playing to lose, losing, representing. Negative. Negative. Action. Judgment. Separation. That is the essential structure of all philosophies. Where your attitude fits on this chart determines the quality of your life. These two charts shall appear in the work so as to give reference. There will be other diagrams, specifically in the area we call template metaphysics. Those will come later, when we have established a format. Now, allow me to begin with the idea you call philosophy. In this way, you will understand that that which you call philosophy is simply the idea, in and of itself, of different points of view, different paths, different ideas about the self, about reality. Thus, we will propose to describe the matrix which creates this idea that you call point of view. As we have said, there is existence to begin with, though there really isn't any beginning nor end. Understand that existence is, in and of itself, its own complete definition of what it is. That will always be its definition, no matter at what point in space-time you choose to look at it from. Existence exists, period. Now, to many individuals, this may seem to be an oversimplification, but realize that is where we are beginning with a simplification. We shall go through the differentiation of all the different ideas that stem from existence, all the different disciplines that are created out of it, and thus we will arrive, at the end of this work, back into the simplicity of existence itself. That is, we will proceed from existence and end up at existence, and everything in between shall be seen to be the interaction taking place within existence. And the paths of all of that interaction begin at zero and end at zero, thus completing the entire circle and cycle of existence itself, and yet having no ending, as existence has always existed, and always will. Now, allow me to say that in terms of differentiation or specialization, out of existence then comes knowing self-awareness, the self-awareness of all that is of itself. This is the first and primary differentiation out of existence. Now, recognize that this does not require, per se, a purpose. You may, in your vernacular of before and after, recognize that existence existed before the idea of purpose was created within it. Thus, that which has existed before the idea of purpose does not need a purpose to continue to exist. Recognize simply that existence diversified as one idea of existence simply because it could. That which existence can do, it will do. You have expressed it in this philosophy in your own civilization. In other words, that which creation does not forbid, it demands. Therefore, recognize that any idea which can be viewed as consistent with the idea of existence will exist on some level of reality, somewhere. And one, I'll say parameter or yardstick, if you wish, by which you can know what does or does not exist, is to simply recognize that you cannot imagine non-existence. And everything that you do imagine is a vibration, is an energy form, has timing, space and time, energy, position and place, has substance, has focusability, and in this way you can know that everything that you do imagine is, on some level of reality, existent. You cannot imagine non-existence. Now, in many ways you have also, in your society, ascribed to another statement, that which makes no difference is no difference. This is the entire substructure of that philosophy, which you call relativity in your civilization. It is no different to say that if you could experience non-existence, you would not know you were experiencing it. It has no validity in the idea of that which you can recognize as an experience. Thus, it will be the same as saying, philosophically, therefore, that if you can experience it, if you can imagine it, if you can think it at all, it is a part of existence itself. It exists. Thought exists. Ideas exist. Existence exists. Now, all the differentiations of what you believe, in your civilization, to be validly real reality, so to speak, are all still part and parcel, philosophical viewpoints derived out of primal existence, which exists before knowing, which exists before belief, which exists before belief, which exists before emotion, which exists before mentality. And thus, this is a description of the movement of energy, the diversification and specialization of energy from the unbroken wholeness of creation within existence down to that which you term to be physical reality, which creates the idea you call thought or mentality. Recognize, there is no such idea, specifically, as mentality in non-physical form. You have consciousness, you have ideas, and really you come to realize, in non-physicality, that you are ideas themselves. Now, even in physical reality, you are ideas. Simply the idea of having a mentality, the idea of defining a physical reality, of creating a physical reality, in and of itself, carries with it the definition of separation from being the idea, from being existence itself. You come to the creation of the viewpoint that you are something that exists within existence, within time and space. Thus you simply create the idea of physical reality as yet one more opportunity, one of the many ways to view the self that all that is has of viewing itself. Now, every idea in your society, every discipline, every endeavor, every relationship, all that which you call work and play, thought and feeling and belief, all are philosophies simply being points of view. Even your science is only a point of view, one way to look at the entire idea of what you believe your reality to be. And this is an important distinction. Now recognize that in many ways, even your own scientists know this distinction, that they are never describing reality itself. They are defining what your mentality believes reality to be. Existence itself, in an overall sense, is above and beyond description. Thus, all definitions, as has been ascribed to many of your philosophies and religion, have already come to realize that any definition you can have, no matter what discipline it is disguised as, will always be a philosophy, a viewpoint, a differentiation, a specialization of the entirety of the whole, and never a description of the whole itself. Now, the whole itself can be experienced, but many times not described per se. Now, to some degree, what can be created is an entire symbolic representation of existence, and it can be understood mentally. But this will never be the experience of existence itself, even though you may create an entire, complete symbolic representation of existence. Therefore, understand that everything that you do within physical reality, and everything within physical reality itself, will only be a symbol a symbol of the experience in the same manner that what you call a dream is an outer aware conscious collection of symbols. Those symbols being chosen by your outer aware, physicalized ego consciousness that best represent the experience you actually had in the dream state. What you remember as a dream is not literally, in that way, exactly what happened, per se, although dreams can reflect actual occurrence in symbolic manner, but you will find that the dream idea itself, that which your memory creates as the dream, is only a series of symbolic interpretations that your conscious mind uses in order to make sense to your conscious mind, to give it a translation for the experience you had in that state of beingness. This is, again, a knowing state of experience and does not need belief, emotion, or mentality in order to be experienced. But the dream reality itself takes place in the next level below existence, and that is the level of knowingness. This is above physical reality. It is non-physical. You can incorporate this idea into your physical reality, and we will be discussing this type of knowing manifestation again, later in the discourse of the work. The entire idea we call philosophy will have been created in that level of knowingness preceding physical reality. And its existence in physical reality is a direct carryover from the decisions, agreements, and perspectives that you have in that knowing state wherein you choose all of the ideas you will be living out in physical reality prior to such existence. From our viewpoint, in our civilizations we will recognize that philosophy for us is or can be manifested as physical reality, whereas many times in your civilization, that which you have deemed philosophy, you think to be separate from physical reality. You deem that philosophy can be a way to look at any physicalized discipline, such as science, such as economics, such as religion, and yes, though religion does encompass a great deal of the idea of philosophy, it is not, in its primal sense, simply pure philosophy. It is quite different, and it is a physicalized manifestation of an entirely different idea, which again, we will discuss later. But simply understand that our viewpoint leads us to regard philosophy as something that is intrinsically connected, very much enfolded, and really not separable from any of those ideas, whereas that which you deem to be philosophy is unconnected to any of the disciplines, in terms of having a real effect upon any of those disciplines. In this way, you can know that your disciplines of science, and so forth, will now, as they have begun to do, incorporate much of the idea of philosophy within the actual structure of the physics that they describe. You will come to realize that as we end our discourse with metaphysics, physics, and then template metaphysics, it will come to be viewed how philosophy will wend its way through all of the disciplines upon your planet in your civilization. And thus it will be seen that the idea you call physics, in a sense, can turn out to be the ultimate philosophy and can contain all of the other ideas and disciplines within themselves without contradiction. Understand that your physics is a philosophical exploration of existence, and thus, in this way, you will find that philosophy, which you deem to be insubstantial, will actually be inseparable from that idea. Once you begin to recognize that the unification of all of the fields within physics that you deem to be physically real also contain within them the templates of their reality, that which forms the foundation of existence itself will give rise to the knowing state which you call the philosophical viewpoint. Philosophy, then, is simply the creation out of knowingness of all of the different viewpoints that give rise to the different disciplines within your physical reality. They are the driving energies and forces of consciousness with which you have created the tools of your artistry within each and every endeavor that you seek to undertake in that which you call physical reality. As the timing of this endeavor unfolds, each and every one of you involved within this endeavor, within this project, will also, by its completion, come to full understanding of that which we refer to as the template. And in this way allow yourselves conscious recognition of your ability to utilize its form and function and its effects within your physical reality. Thus we extend, once again to you, our appreciation for your willingness upon the creation of this endeavor, this work. And to each and every one of you, we extend the unconditional love that arises from existence, supports it, and supports each and every one of you in your creations and in your co-creations with yourselves, with us, and with every other consciousness within all that is. Now, allow us to continue with the idea that will lay the final section of what you term to be the foreword and will set the foundation for all of the subjects and disciplines which we will discuss later in this work. Aside from what we have already discussed in terms of that which you call philosophy, recognize that the mechanism which allows this point of view to manifest upon your earth, within your physical reality, in your physical plane, is that idea which you call the personality. Now, recognize that the personality is not who nor what you are. Personality is, we shall say, an artificial construct, a facade or mask created so that you can have and express in your physical reality the idea that you call mentality, thought, analysis, rationalization, reason. With this tool of personality, you can, then, know that you have created a specific mechanism or channel for the consciousness point of view or philosophy, and, therefore, that philosophy will be expressed in your own unique way, colored, if you will, by the unique personality or mentality that has been created to express it. Now, personality is created, in a sense, as a prism. A prism will focus white light through itself and break it down into what you know to be your visible spectrum. In the same way, personality will focus the entire, whole, unbroken consciousness through itself and break it down into the aspects of the personality which you use to sense and create your reality, your physical reality, the reflection of that which you call your day-to-day experience. The three corners of the personality prism will be belief, emotionality, and mentality. Now, understand that first, in an overall sensing way, the five senses will be, in this sense, existence itself, then knowingness, which is the first diversification from existence. When the homogeneous existence knows itself, it has made a separation. The first separation, the first differentiation is knowing. Knowingness is the product of non-physicality, of the whole consciousness, in a sense. Below knowingness, if you wish, comes belief, then emotionality, and then mentality or thought. Thus, only the last three are utilized in the creation of the illusion of physical reality. Now, understand that, therefore, knowing comes before belief, belief comes before emotion, emotion comes before thought, and in this way, you can allow yourself to realize that your knowing self, your higher self, your non-physical self will always be completely aware of all the different ideas that you are exploring within the physical personality. Above and beyond any limitations you may impose upon yourself, for whatever purposes, in the physical personality, your knowing higher self will always be, in your terms, above this limitation. Therefore, understand that all your philosophies which have been created upon your planet simply, through the personality, will always be, to some degree, limited. And you will find that this work will endeavor to illustrate how the integration of your knowing self with the personality self, the removal of separation between knowingness, beliefs, emotions, and thoughts, will now be giving rise to a completely new perspective of each and every one of these disciplines upon your planet and to the idea of yourself as a being. Recognize that your personality is a changeable thing. Since it is an artificial construct, it changes all the time. Many times you do not realize it because the change is so smooth over a period of time, as you say. Sometimes personality will change radically, either in the terms you call revelation or, many times, through self-introspection, meditation, even through what you call depression, which is not in and of itself negative, but only when you judge it to be so. Depression is simply that form of meditation where you know the answers to what you are seeking cannot be found outside yourself, so you go within. When you do this, you know what you are doing. It only becomes negative depression when you judge that it is something that is somehow antisocial. When you accept the judgments of others around, that you are not facing your problems, you are withdrawing. When you do so, you know what you are doing. You are going within. You are restructuring the personality, the beliefs, the emotions, the thoughts. And when you emerge, you are, literally, a new person, a new personality, a new perspective. Thus, your personality is malleable and can be created in any way, shape, or form, and changed in any way, shape, or form to suit whatever purposes, in the moment your knowing self deems are the purposes you have chosen to be physical for. Thus now you will see that we have established the idea of point of view through philosophy and the mechanism through which point of view is expressed in your physical reality, that being the personality. In this way you shall be able to apply these formulas of blending to perceive how your disciplines upon your planet have been created, which will be the first half of each chapter. And the second half being devoted to how the blending of your entire personality and knowingness consciousness level will allow you to see how each and every one of the disciplines are connected, whereas heretofore you have thought they are not. We shall say, therefore, that this will be the ending of that section you call the foreword, and we will express our appreciation in the sharing that you are willing to have allowed us to share with you. Chapter 1. Religion. Now, allow us to begin with the idea that you call religion upon your planet. We will begin with this idea for, in a sense, it is, I'll say, an offshoot of the initial condition in which humanity, upon your planet, recognized itself as it became physical. The diversifications that occurred, within the recognition of self as the creator, will have been created within the idea of separation from the creatorhood, therefore, giving rise to all of the ideas you recognize as religion per se. Now, approximately 25,000 of your years ago, in what you term to be Atlantis, or in their dialect, Atalundi, you will have found that the idea of separation of the self from the creatorhood began in earnest, though it had appeared upon your planet before that. You will find now, there was the choice within the mass consciousness of that era to determine for themselves that they were, in this way, not needing the integration of the self to the all that is, but that they could exercise their power directly in such a manner as to separate themselves from the totality of all that is, so that they could recognize themselves in a more, I'll say, personalized way as being the creator. This stemmed from the projection of spirit into material form. As spirit continued to project into material form, it found that the idea of material form, in and of itself, was the definition of separation, limitation to a certain degree. Thus, the more spirit experienced the idea of material form or physical reality, slowly, in a sense, but, as you say, surely they became used to the energy patterns. They began to sense ideas, feelings, emotionalities, thoughts, beliefs that they had heretofore not encountered within non-physicality. They began to create the idea of fascination with the limitation, and in so doing, allowed themselves to become enmeshed, locked in, so that they could experience all that there was to experience in that mode, as well as every other mode that had been experienced within the all that is of non-physicality. Thus they became used to, or, as you say, created the habit of expressing themselves in material ways, again, through emotionality and thought and belief, rather than knowingness. Once they had formed this habit, to a certain degree, they found that the separation became somewhat complete, and they were, to some degree, locked off from their own knowingness, and therefore found that they created a physical cycle that you call reincarnation. They became embedded in the energy fields of the earth, in a sense. They became a part of its consciousness, it became a part of your consciousness, their consciousness. In this way, they found themselves now to be of the vibration of earth, and because of the particular concentration in which your area of space and time is actuated, is realized, they found that the intensity of this concentration of energy kept them locked into the immediate rings, layers, or cycles of energy surrounding the planet, and, as such, found themselves unable, once again, due to their fascination, unable to break from those rings, those cycles, without integration. Thus they created for themselves, for yourselves, the idea of the reincarnational path. Now, the emergence into physical reality was begun much longer ago in your time than 25,000 of your years, but there was still, in the beginning, some realization of the connection to the knowing self, and thus many realities were created upon your planet, many manipulations of matter and energy which, to some degree, still manifested the idea of, as you say, heaven or paradise on earth. After the repetition of cycles had gotten to a point when beings lost sight of their inner selves, they deemed that to gain it back they must gain mastery and control over their environment and the other beings around them. Because they could no longer sense the connection between them, they felt that they were not connected. In order to perpetuate a connection, they felt it necessary to create the idea of domination of those they saw around them and their environment, because they could no longer sense the natural connection which existed within them. In this way, you have thus the beginning of the idea of the formation of information. The idea of being able to harbor ideas which are not a part of the whole and pass them off, as you will, as things which are beneficial for individuals, but which only bring certain individuals under the control and domination of others, so that they can experience their own self-growth and aggrandizement in a way that allows them, since they now feel powerless, to feel powerful, but it is, in that way, still the illusion of physical reality. Now, both the idea of religion, and to some degree government, is created from this separation, from the idea that stories, ideas can be created and perpetuated that have not to do with the connection between things, but with those things that can be hidden, separated from, judged upon. And in this way, individuals thus found themselves creating the cycle of giving their power over to others who could protect them from the things they told them existed, which these other individuals had no way of knowing whether it was true or not. You will find this repetition has occurred again and again and again throughout this cycle of your 25,000 years in many different forms. Even when the interjection of higher consciousness from other dimensionalities occurred, such as, in your terms, the Christ consciousness, the cycle of separation was so complete that still these interjections were not understood. The messages that were given usually amounted to the idea that each individual was like unto the Christ consciousness, was the Christ consciousness. But the cycle of separation had ingrained a habit so deep in your mentality and fortified and rigidized the mentality itself to such an extent that the only way these messages could be heard was in the fashion of, again, in giving over the power to the individual and becoming followers rather than doers, rather than leaders themselves. Recognize that the Christ consciousness never desired to be a leader, never desired leadership. It desired to be a reflection through that individual, Jesus, in such a way as to reflect the idea that every individual is an extension, or, if you wish, a son or daughter of the all that is, or God. Recognize, therefore, that all the ideas that you call religion, that seek to deem that the congregations are such as to need leadership, as to be worth less than the idea of the divinity, as to be judged by the idea of the divinity, will all be separations within all. That is, these ideas you call religion will all be the giving away of the power that you are to other individuals who, either through helplessness, fear, judgment, or self-aggrandizement, would have you wish to maintain their feeling of powerfulness in the midst of their, I'll say, unconscious feelings of powerlessness, because it is their true belief about themselves that they are worthless and not a part, separated from the divinity that is their right, that is everyone's right, to know that he or she actually is. Thus you find that the conglomeration, the multitude of religions will always be a natural result of the confusion that stems from the separation of the self from the all that is, that the self knows itself to be. When knowing is forsaken, and only the personalities, the mechanisms by which the philosophies are presented into physical reality, only when the philosophies are allowed to be interpreted only by the mentality, do you create such a diversification of point of view. Now understand that this is not a judgment against the idea that this was created. Your civilization has chosen, the consciousness of your civilization has chosen as a group to explore all of the different manifestations of negativity through separation of the self from the all that is. This is one of the great creations within all that is, and is, in and of itself, a valid expression, if for no other reason than the fact that all that is can view itself in that way. Recognize that all that is needs no ultimate purpose to express itself in any way that it can simply because it can, it will do so. This is one of the definitions of existence itself. That which has existed before the idea of a purpose does not need a purpose to continue to exist in any way, shape, or form, that it can exist, simply because it can. Recognize, therefore, that the integrations, the shiftings and changes that are now taking place within your religious institutions, your governmental institutions, your sociological institutions are all taking place because you are now at the end of your cycle of separation begun 25,000 of your years ago, and are now understanding yourself to be one idea, one homogeneous reality, one energy, one consciousness, and are beginning to take back your fear, take back your responsibility for having created your lives. You are beginning to reawaken to that time when you projected yourselves into physical materiality and rendered yourselves unto the system of the reincarnational aspects of your planet. You are now awakening to your original agreements, and you are now beginning to realize that all of your separations, all of your religions, which would have you become a follower, worth less than the divinity that you are, not worthy of already knowing yourself to be whole and complete and not in need of saving from anything, you are now beginning to recognize yourselves the true core self that you are, the true core self that all that is created you to be. Now, all of the ideas of saviors, whether Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, or whatever other labels you wish to ascribe to these consciousnesses that have manifested physically upon your planet, all of them in their higher aspects are in accord. There are no discrepancies in the energy of the initial consciousness that is represented through all those ideas you call saviors, but recognize that the first thing a savior knows is that they are not here to save anyone. There is no saving that needs to be done. Any discrepancies which you find in your literature is all a product of the personalities that existed within your civilizations and their interpretations through their own philosophies, of what those beings meant. All your literature and any seeming discrepancies are the product of the philosophies being expressed through the personalities that existed at the time the information was delivered. In this way, again, it has served a purpose, for you now have a background against which to measure the totality of yourself in the expression of the negative separation of yourself from all that is. Recognize, therefore, that without judging any other religion, or your own, or yourself, you can allow each and every one of your beings to begin to live the ideas that your supposed saviors told you to live. Not to follow them, but to listen to your inner beings, and to recognize that these ideas and foundations that you call religions and government, in one sense, being another type of religion, to a certain degree, in that you are giving over your fear and your power to a greater power, to, so to speak, in your eyes, to take care of you, to fend for you, to keep all the things you are afraid of away from your door, to keep you safe, to give you everlasting peace, comfort, and security. These institutions were created out of your lack of willingness to take your own fear and your own responsibility. Then they, like any consciousness, once created out of fear, will want to sustain themselves. And if they were created out of fear, the only methodology they have of sustaining their existence is to create more fear, to keep you separate from yourselves in this way, to keep you thinking and believing that you are less, and worth less in the eyes of a greater power, that you are children unable to run your own lives, unable to take responsibility for yourselves. Now understand, though you may allow yourselves to create organizational systems, they will not run your lives. It will be a service provided to you by beings that are willing to be of service, not to have you serve them, not to have you inflate their sense of superiority so that they can bolster within themselves a feeling of powerfulness, so they do not have to recognize the belief that exists within themselves of their powerlessness. Take back your power. Allow yourselves to know yourselves to be your governments, to be your religions. You are every one of these concepts in your society. You are your own priests, for surely as you listen to your sermons and go on your way, you are only creating those sermons for yourself in your head. That which you choose to remember, it becomes the portion of each and every one of you that is the priest within you, that reminds yourself over and over again, if you choose to accept it, that you are not worthy, that you are somehow less than the divinity which created you. Understand that the divinity that created you does not think you are less. It knows what you are. It knows itself to be its own consciousness, but also recognizes itself to be the compilation of all of your own consciousnesses, and, as such, recognizes the idea of the relationship between you. It is that relationship between the polarities of the one unbroken wholeness and the multitude of consciousnesses that go into making it up. It is the relationship itself that exists and defines the idea of the multitude and the singular God. The relationship actually is your own fear and your own responsibility. All that is, it is what you are. You are the relationship. All of your religions, all of your ideas of separation can dissolve within this one idea, can merge, blend, and meld into an understanding, a knowingness that you had many hundreds of thousands of your years ago. Even though you did choose to exist within the physical reality and the reincarnational cycle, you can still know yourselves in this way. That has been always, first and foremost, the main message of all of your saviors, of all of your messengers. Know yourself, and in knowing yourself, you will know God, you will know all that is. We will, thus, also point out that all of your literature in your religions will not compromise nor comprise the ideas that were spoken of in full, in any aspect. There is no complete record of all that was said by any messenger, only pieces, scant memories, sketchy recordings, many times, many years after the actual occurrence. Recognize again that the main reason for all of these recordings is not so much to delineate history, but to once again convince, or attempt to convince other individuals that this is the way they should believe if they are to be saved. Every major religious teaching has to do with proselytizing, the winning over of converts for the bolstering and boosting of the feeling of being powerful to those who know and believe themselves to be powerless. Recognize that as limited as the idea of the personality construct is in representing your wholeness and totality of being, just as limited are all of the perceptions that come through it, including that which you call literature, creative though it may be, beautiful though it may be. and perfectly representative of the ideas you have chosen to experience within, I'll say, the era and epic story of your creation of separation of yourself from the all that is through the viewpoint of your relation to the universe, which you call religion. This has been your saga of religion, your view of yourself in relation to the universe, but viewed through the perspective and philosophy of being separate from that universe. In the next section of this chapter, we will delineate how the blending of the knowing self will give rise to a new view of the relationship of the self of the personality to the all that is, and to many of the manifestations which can take place upon your planet when you dissolve the barriers of religion and government. Now understand, first and foremost, none of these changes will be, in your terms, changes of force, changes of violence, changes of hate. No. These will all be changes that will occur from the unconditional love that you are now recognizing within yourselves, that you are now recognizing comes from all that is to you, regardless of the idea of religion and government, and indeed transcends all of those barriers and artificial lines and constructs. This blending will allow you also to understand how the ideas you have called religion and government are yet two more aspects of the overall all-knowing philosophy that you have filtered in so many ways through your personalities, and will allow you to realize that there is no one way per se. If there was only one way, there would only be one person. Each and every person upon your planet is all the different ways that all that is has of looking at itself. Now you have viewed yourselves through all the different facets that exist within the oneness. In the next section of this chapter we will, as you say, attempt to enjoy the view of your entire society and all the individuals within it from the perspective of the unconditional wholeness and support of all that is. You will find that you will be being of service to all that is and automatically, thus be served by all that is since you are a part of it. No more need for the separation, the need to feel that you require salvation. You already are salvation itself, you already are heaven, you already are paradise. This being the second part, the portion dealing with the viewpoint of integration as it is connected to the ideas of religion and government, you will now find that when you take back your power through unconditional love, when you begin to view yourselves as being equal to your religions, equal to your governments, equal to the idea of yourself as all that is, you will begin to recognize within your society that your own divinity can still be expressed through the personality which will exist as long as you are physical, but in ways that will create, as you say, heaven on earth. You will be able to see all of the symbols that have been created in your religions, how they actually manifest physically on your planet. You will understand the mechanism of symbology. You will be in touch with your own archetypal energies. You will feel it running through your consciousness like an underground stream. You will recognize it to be the energy in your subconsciousness that has been responsible for the formation of all of the illusions and symbols out of which this energy was utilized to create all of these symbols to give you something to relate to. As long as you were not considering that that which you were relating to was you, in terms of the all that is of creation. When you have created this separation out of this archetypal conscious energy, you will always pull symbology that will give you something to reinforce the idea of separation. This you will, first and foremost, be able to begin to see, and it will manifest through one of the philosophies you call psychology, as it has already begun to do so, and this is why the ideas of psychology have begun to replace what you call religion. Therefore, you will recognize that there are these streams of consciousnesses that you have created in being an idea of a separated being. You have created separations within your consciousness into outer aware consciousness, unconsciousness, subconsciousness, hyperconsciousness, mass consciousness, and all the different aspects of your personality. Now, in times past, yet still within the time of the 25,000-year cycle, all of these personality aspects gave rise to the symbologies of your religious symbology, demons, angels, visions, and so forth. Now, not to say that there was not consciousness nor real energy behind those manifestations, but with your new integrated viewpoint, you will be able to understand how many of these ideas were extensions of your own higher consciousness, reflected back to you through the artificial personality construct, using the archetypal energy to create a symbol that you could understand within the separation you had created for yourself, to reinforce the fear you were desiring to create. Because you had desired to create separation from the all that is, the knowing you, the oneness that you are. You have begun to utilize this idea, this tool you call psychology, psychiatry, to understand that you have these streams of energy running within you, and that you project these ideas from yourself onto the interactions that you have with other consciousnesses or other aspects of your own consciousness. Now understand, therefore, as an example, that you will begin to see all of the plays, all of the playing out of lives. Manifestations of the supposed saviors were more than just physical manifestations. They were also psychic manifestations and operated on many different levels of existence, not just the physical. In this way, you will begin to realize the relationships between different aspects of one consciousness. As we have said, for example, the idea of the Christ consciousness, not only manifesting as it was through the idea of the man you call Jesus, but also through what you term to be Elijah, John the Baptist, and Judas, forming in one particular overlapping life the threesome of John the Baptist, Jesus, and Judas, a triad, a trio of players actually stemming from the same consciousness. And Elijah, the town crier, who came before, as you say, prophesying it all to pave the way for the play that could be acted out to allow there to be a multitudinous, many-faceted, and mirror-image crystal to reflect all the different aspects of the archetypal energies that the people of the time were creating for themselves in their play of separation from the all that is. These things you will begin to see the relationships, the connections, the underlying patterns of synchronicity that have occurred throughout these cycles of separation that always have been there, always have been the obvious links, but have not been seen due to the separation of vision, and the limitation placed thereon upon these personalities that you have created. You have, as you have said many times, been seeing through a glass darkly. Now you are clearing yourselves. You are becoming clairvoyant in your own lives, that is, clear seeing. And thus, while you have the idea of psychology and psychiatry, now you have the idea of psychicness also rising to the surface, because you are allowing yourselves to know you are in constant communication with all aspects of yourself and all aspects of consciousness, no matter where or when they may be. This is the psychic side that creates the polarity of the same energy that gives rise to psychiatry. Psychicness, psychiatry, the same energy in a polarity viewpoint. You will always have polarity as long as you create yourself to be physical, and this will be the next aspect that you will understand polarity as one of the definitions of physical reality. Understand how this simple integration of the viewpoint of the blending of yourselves, of the being of yourselves to be all that is, has already taken many, many magnitudes of steps away from the concept you call religion, and thus is already beginning to lay the foundations of exactly how this energy will blend into all the other disciplines upon your planet. As we will take them a chapter at a time, you will see how they all key in, and the foundations are formed right here in this particular aspect of philosophy, which, in a sense, is now more purely represented by the idea of the blended religion, simply philosophy, and its expressions of the polarities that you will understand to define the physical reality. Thus, the first polarity that you are experiencing as the offshoot of religion is, again, as we have said, psychicness and psychiatry. In much the same way you will find that atomic structure gives rise to the diversification of particles out of a nebulous idea of an atom. As you and your society learn to define the nature of reality with more and more awareness, more and more precision, in a sense, in the same manner you will find that these ideas of the polarities of psychicness and psychiatry are like unto those more precise atomic components that rise out of the nebulousness of the idea of religion, in the same manner as the particles do out of the nebulousness of the overall idea of a simple atom. Now, though you may find at first that the seeming array of polarities or particles, to continue the analogy, may create more confusion rather than simplification, as you are now finding in your physics, you will also find in your methodologies of looking at yourself and your philosophies that you will approach a basic understanding within the idea of the energies of the polarities themselves, of the idea of polarity itself, in the same manner that your physicists are approaching a basic point of view that they call unified field. In this way, there is a direct correlation in this analogy, by noting that both psychicness and psychiatry will be components, polarized components, which stem from a more unified field or philosophy. And it is this idea, this foundation perspective, which will be responsible for not only unifying and blending all of your sociological philosophies or aspects, but also those you call scientific, economic. Therefore, as we have said, you will find that in any discipline, once you begin to employ the aspect of integration in your perspective, in your viewpoint, very quickly it will move away from the initial concept that was created within separation, losing many of the earmarks of that particular discipline. Therefore, psychicness and psychiatry will first lose the earmarks of religion that deal with being at the mercy of outside forces being judged. You will find that both psychicness and psychiatry are attempts to understand the self and the self's relation, the personality's relation to the all that is. From the initial step of taking back power, of gaining control, or rather knowing that you have control already of every aspect of your life. It is your responsibility as an individual and a collective to know that this control that you have is something you can use as a tool to make your society what you wish it to be, no longer at the mercy of little understood outside forces, judgments, and irrational acts of some mythical god or goddess, or gods. Understand that when we use the term God, we are referring to all of the limited definitions that your society has created. In our concept, we simply refer to the idea of creation as all that is, which covers everything and is everything, and indicates that all that is knows it is all that is. Recognize that the previous definitions from the limited terminology, out of which these terms God, goddess, gods have come, many times will still impose upon the idea of all that is some sort of limitation in that it will give rise to contradictions, such as God is omnipotent, yet somehow still, God is not me, outside of me. I am outside of God by definition. If God is everywhere, everything, then you are not outside God. God is not outside you. You are God. God is you by definition. Thus we prefer the term all that is. It is not, in this way, so limiting, for somehow, out of the separation, you have created the idea that even though God can be omnipotent, it can still, somehow, not be contained within you. Thus, in the blending you will also see that your definitions are also limiting and only reflective of the limited aspects you have heretofore deemed to be worthy to look at, that you have deemed to be, I'll say, safe to view. As long as you are creating and generating the idea of fear, certain aspects of your personality, certain aspects of your beliefs, certain aspects of your emotionality, certain aspects of your mentality will be considered to be unsafe, as they would always, when blended together, give rise to what, in your past, would be heresy. Heresy is a reference to a society's reaction to realizations that may occur within an individual that, perhaps, will represent aspects of the list that your society had not considered before to be real. The idea that you, somehow, were connected in a more basic, fundamental way to the all that is, in this way, goes against the grain of separatism that had been for so long the canon of all your religions and all your teachings. Thus, polarity itself will simply be seen from your new viewpoint, your blended viewpoint, to be one of the definitions of physical reality, as will time and space. In this way, you will find that religion, when viewed from a blended viewpoint, will lose its qualities of separatism and will begin to take on more and more aspects and point more in the direction of the idea that you have created in your society that you call science. And this is why it will lead us directly into the idea of your next chapter, which will be science. We will then, again, explore how even science, being that it was created in the era of separatism, created many ideas that still did not allow for unification or blending with any other discipline, and kept itself aloof. And how your science has now begun to understand that through its own unification it will, by definition, begin to include many other disciplines that have for a long time in your society not been considered the domain of science. Now we will give, as we will at the end of each chapter, some space for there to be asked representational questions, so as to cover, for each subject, many of those ideas that may be lingering in the consciousness of those who will either hear or read this material. These questions may be asked, or, if there are no questions, you may, at the end of each chapter, delineate, if you will, notes or comments from your own society and the individuals thus putting together, co-creating this work with us, associating with us in the spirit of the association. Thus, this portion of each chapter will give your civilization an opportunity to become a part of the association, as we will then, step by step, chapter by chapter, hand in hand, form and co-create this idea of the blending, so that your civilization, our civilization, and all of the levels of consciousness, as we create this work, will find it to be, as you say, a catharsis for each and every being involved. And thus, as we begin this work through an idea of being separate civilizations, upon its ending there will be the opportunity to begin to view that we are all one civilization working hand in hand, exploring together, forming new ideas of ourselves with each other, and giving ourselves the opportunity to recognize that much more of all that is that we each have to explore within us the new religion, if you will, but no religion will it be. We will now proceed with the sharing and the questions and interactions pertaining to this subject. From your point of view, what is the common denominator and direction, if any, of all religions as related to each of us? To some degree, as we have discussed, the idea of the commonality is simply your exploration of what you are willing to believe yourselves to be. As long as you have created yourself to be separate from the all that is that you are, this exploration has taken place outside yourselves, and so the creation of ritual to understand and reflect to yourselves all that you can contain in your reality, but now that you are becoming integrated, you will find that this exploration goes within, and that the ritualized tools are no longer necessary. Thus, each and every one of you, recognizing yourselves to be your own path and hence your own religion, so to speak, will now recognize that the religion, in that form as you have created it, is no longer necessary to understand your relationship to yourself as all that is. Will this have answered your question? Yes, in part. What would be the most universal saving ritual, if there was a ritual to bridge this place where we no longer need rituals, from a religious point of view, that we could engage in to experience increasing integration among ourselves? Simply the expression of unconditional love. Understand that the underlying, supposed mode or principle behind all of what you experience upon your planet to be your separate religions is supposedly that. It is all based on the idea of the love of creation for its creations. Thus, you are the creator. You are those creations. Love yourselves. Love each other. Life and love are the only so-called rituals you need to integrate. So when a person who has a question about the religious ritual that they see themselves using or connecting to others, what you are saying is that that ritual is unconditional love. You can simply recognize that if you are questioning the ritual you have created in your habit, that you are now assuming or wondering whether or not you require any more. You can always recognize that all that you have been creating the ritual for is for the purpose of expressing the love of creation that you feel existed in the Creator to create you. Thus, you can simply render all the habitual rituals down to the expression of unconditional love. Thus, it becomes not so much, I'll say, hollow ritual, but true, active sharing, and you will see your so-called religions actually acting themselves out upon the surface of your planet. Thank you. I have a question about a religious experience, which is a bit different from the idea of religions. Could you comment on the idea of the oneness of the religious experience and the differences in the cultural expression of that experience? Now, to some degree, we just have. The idea of the oneness is the recognition, the base idea recognition of the oneness that you all are. You are all exploring the same idea from different points of view. The different points of view simply exist because there are different individuals. It is a recognition, an allowing recognition, if you will, created that way, that there is not just one path in understanding yourself as all that is. If there were only one path, there would only be one person. Because there is more than one person, you can recognize that there are many, many roads that all lead to the same understanding. Thank you. Then, from your point of view, the question about the common denominator and direction of all prophecies as they relate to each of us is the same. To some degree, although once again recognize, in our perception there is really no such thing as a prediction, prophecy of the future, it is a sensing of the energy which exists at the time the prediction is made. Now, those that deal with the idea of mass consciousness, of which the idea of religion is greatly contained therein, the idea of the mass civilization, you will find that the senses of the direction in which this energy will flow will have been accurate, but in this way, many interpretations placed upon the prophecies will have to do with the idea of exactly the methodology by which you will come to the understanding of yourselves as all that is. In times that were deep into the separation of yourself from the all that is that you are, these ideas of integration were viewed as straying from the so-called trueness of one particular religion that was being put forth. And thus, this integration now occurring upon your planet was seen to be something they called evil. Therefore, you will simply be able to recognize that all the prophecies, so to speak, are all saying the same thing, that you are integrating, that this is an age of transformation, which you are going to shift into a new idea of yourself. But all the different ideas that have to do with judgment, Armageddon, rebukement, and all of the ideas of separation, The idea that you have to struggle, go through trial by fire in order to deserve living in harmony and peace, are all products of the viewpoints of the time in which the prophecies were made. Is that idea also relevant to, say, the prophecies of Nostradamus? To some degree, yes. There is no such thing as a prediction of the future. That prediction is simply a sensing, made in the present, of the energy that exists at the time the prediction is made. That is the most likely, probable future to manifest if the energy does not change. Many times the prediction, by being known, will, in and of itself, render itself obsolete, because now the energy is known to be moving in a certain direction, and if the populace or the individual, now aware of the prediction, does not prefer that the energy be in that area, their attitude will change the amount and direction of the energy, rendering the prophecy obsolete. Any prediction or sensing made in a particular time frame will utilize the understanding and the symbolic references of that time frame. If a time frame cannot imagine transformation occurring without destruction, then their sensing of such transformation, as is going on in your world now, will not be able to be predicted without utilizing the symbols of destruction. Now that you are awakening into your own self-empowerment, you have the ability to realize that you can create transformation in a destructurizing way without creating it to be destruction. We thank you for the sharing of your questions, and allow us to remind you that when you create the idea of questions, it is only that you already contain the answers. The form of the question will simply be that you have separated this idea of the answer you already contain from your knowledge. However, in this way, once again, we thank you for the willingness to express your explorations, for your civilization, and our civilization is the sharing that continues forever. Chapter 2. Science. Now, allow us to discuss the idea, in this Chapter 2 of the work, of the discipline, philosophy, which you refer to as science. Recognize, as we have said, all endeavors, philosophy, upon your planet will be channeled through the perspective created within the personality, so that these perspectives can be applied according to the purposes for which you have deemed to create these disciplines, these scenarios, but within your civilization at this time. Now recognize that all that you know upon your planet to be that which you call science has been created within the 25,000-year cycle of separation of yourself from the all that is that you are. Therefore, this background, in and of itself, is responsible for the creation of the viewpoint, from which the majority of what has been your science proceeds. That is that the universe, as you know it, is something separate from yourselves. In this way, you endeavor to search, to make a connection between what you perceive to be your own existence and that which you perceive round and about you. In this same manner, recognize that the idea of scientific questioning, the idea of a question will be from this same foundational viewpoint, that the universe is not what you are, but something separate. Recognize that a question is an answer that you already contain, but viewed from the perspective of being separate from the answer and reflecting back to yourselves a reminder, from a separated viewpoint, that you do contain the answer, but you choose to view it outside yourselves, and so create the polarity that you call a question. Now, understand that if you can conceive of an idea, you are automatically at the point of conception, at the point of perception. The totality of the idea itself is what you are. You have, in creating your science within this period of separation, thus created for yourself a framework, a scenario, in which you feel you must struggle, strive, reach out, achieve these answers, since you believe them to be something that you do not already know. Now recognize, we are not judging that this has been your methodology, simply that this is the methodology that will occur when you create the idea of your exploration of yourselves from a separate or separated viewpoint. In what you term to be the second portion of this chapter, we will discuss how an integrated viewpoint will allow, as it has begun to allow, some of the individuals upon your planet you call physicists to recognize how that which you have referred to for so long as a separate universe is altogether, as you say, part and parcel of what you are, who you are, and your perspective. They are inseparable, and in that portion, we will discuss the effects of allowing yourself more and more realization of such an integration of yourself with the universe. Through the idea of separation and what has been created in your science, allow us first to address the idea you call evolution. Now, there has been much discussion between the idea of science and metaphysics, or even religion, and this will be brought up again in a later chapter, Metaphysics. in the sense that science, in your terms, seeks to have proof for what it chooses to believe in, whereas the idea that you call metaphysics and religion, from a scientific point of view, does not require the idea of proof, but only of belief and faith. Now, within this subject you call evolution has been one of the greatest opportunities for many of these discussions. Many times you call them arguments, to arise regarding the ideas of proof, belief, and faith. Simply, first of all, recognize that scientists, though they have locked themselves into a certain perspective which, many times, does not allow them to see it as such, have just as great a belief and faith in creating what they deem to be their proofs. Many of your physicists have now begun to realize that you will always get the results that you expect to get, based upon how your belief about a situation allows you to design the experiment that you wish to create in order to obtain any particular proof. They are intrinsically connected, and you have, for yourselves, created the idea of proof, not realizing that even the idea you call proof, many times, will only be a matter of perspective, and not, in an overall sense, any immutable law of the universe. There are agreements within the mass consciousness of this particular universe that you call your own, which do seem to construct frameworks that you call laws of physics. This is still created from an overview of consciousness we will describe in the chapter called Template Metaphysics. And we will, in your terms, discuss it there. For now, let us return to the definitions of science as they apply to the idea you call evolution. Recognize that there is, contrary to some of your religious beliefs, a physical universe that does take time to allow ideas of consciousness to manifest. Thus, the idea of evolution of physical form is, more or less, a reality. There are some factors that you have not yet discovered within this idea of evolution that you will discover that will allow you to round out the idea of exactly how this mechanism may take place physically. Understand, however, that, contrary to scientific opinion, consciousness is not a product of physical evolution. When physicality, being a projection of creation, reached a certain vibratory state of evolution, then it could allow consciousness, non-physical consciousness, to allow itself to identify with physicality, or project itself into physicality. Thus, the idea of what you term in your belief structure to be creationism, and the idea of what, in your scientific structure, you call physical evolution, are both correct, in a sense, in an overall general sense. There was a physical evolution up to a certain point. Consciousness, already having been created, projected itself into physicality, and there was a blending and a joining. Now, this was still many millions of your years ago, as you count time, the idea of humanity having been created 4, 5, or 6,000 years ago notwithstanding. These are filtered perspectives, and recognize that you can begin to view the blending between the ideas of evolution and creationism if you allow yourselves to recognize that your source, in your terms, is outside of physicality, and that physicality is simply your vehicle. Also, if you allow yourself to understand that what, in your terms, may be the twinkling of an eye, or an instant, in non-physical universes, as an example, your 6 days of creation, still, in terms of creating physicality, translates out into a time track which, in your terms, is much slower than non-physical rates of acceleration. Thus, it can be many millions of years, and still be the same 6 days, although we are not saying this is an accurate count. It is still allegorical, or an analogy. However, the concept will still be correct. That which is created in that way, and exists within non-physicality, will have a higher rate of accelerated existence to its own perception than the physical universe will in exemplifying the very same act of creation. In the second half of this chapter, we will also discuss more of the ideas that go into actually defining physical reality, which are time, space, and polarity. For now, allow us to address some of the ideas in your science that you call astronomy. Recognize that you have been, and we do not need to tell you this, looking to the stars for many years. Some of your scientific revelations have come from such an activity. At this point in your science of astronomy, you are still relatively restricted, as you know, in your ability to pierce the veil of the atmosphere of your planet. And in many ways, some of the gravitic tensor dynamic fields, which allow light to be obscured or bent, and some of the ideas of energy fields, which we will discuss in template metaphysics, that you have yet to discover, or may be just beginning to realize are there, also play a part in your understanding or limitation of understanding of what you perceive through your optical and radio telescopes. One of the ideas, specifically, that you have been addressing of late is the concept of whether or not there are other intelligences living on other planets. You have created for yourselves many ways to attempt to perceive whether or not there is communication from these other civilizations. What you term to be radio telescope being the primary application for this endeavor. Allow me to say, it is at this time unlikely that you will receive anything from any nearby civilization through radio communication. There have been a few civilizations nearby that did begin their communication history electronically, as you say, with the idea you call radio, but the nearest one ended its radio communication sometime before you began yours, and in this way, their radio signals have long since passed your planet as they radiated outward. Recognize also, many civilizations do not use radio and never have, even though this may astonish you, because you feel that radio noise, as you say, is a natural occurrence in the universe. The great degree of separation in your particular history has not allowed you to recognize the communication that can occur from mind to mind, and for many civilizations, technological communication never comes into existence at all, or if it does, many times it is carried in the form you call cables, or highly focused beams of energy which do not radiate outward. So to you, their civilizations will always be silent. Many of the methodologies utilized will take advantage of the idea you call a hyperspace phenomenon, simply originating at the point where the communication is sent and arriving at the point where it is received, without appearing to travel any intervening distance in what you term to be three-dimensional physical space. Therefore, you may be listening for quite some time to radio frequencies before you will hear anything. Allow me to say there probably will be physical contact between our civilizations long before you will hear anything on your radio telescopes. Science, in general, upon your planet does represent, in a sense, the closest approach to the idea of integration, of understanding your relationship to the idea of yourself as all that is, and this is why your physics, particularly the branch you call quantum mechanics, has begun to allow you to perceive the connection of your consciousness to the universe. But still, many times, science feels it needs to create proofs that exclude the ideas of faith and belief. Now, understand that with regard to metaphysics, this idea of requiring physiological proof will never, in those terms, be able to glean an acceptable proof from the area you call psychic phenomena until it is understood that your definitions of that discipline are, in your terms, biased by what you think they should be. Recognize that when you attempt to record the idea of psychic phenomena, many times it is done in such a highly sterile, unemotional condition that you do not realize that the emotionality itself, the spontaneity of life itself, is one of the things that gives rise to that phenomenon. This is where science creates its own barrier to the exploration of its connections to many other fields of endeavor. These other fields can be incorporated scientifically into the body of knowledge you understand, but not always through scientific methods as you have created them within separation. Understand that you are beginning to realize, though this will be difficult to accept for many of your scientists, that even science, far from the cold, analytical process you have allowed it to be up to this point, is actually yet another experiential perspective, and not something separate from yourself. Allow me to say that your science has prized itself on an attitude that you call skepticism. Recognize that while it is a requirement of the personality in creating the idea of a search to allow itself to make sure that it will not run into what you term to be extraneous information, that very skepticism creates a focus, many times, so narrow that it becomes not skepticism, but bias. And once again, it will cancel the ability for scientists to perceive anything beyond the ideas that have been created which define the parameters of what is acceptable to your definition of science. Many times, this can even extend into a being's emotionality itself. Now, we recognize that there are many scientists upon your planet that allow themselves to be very emotional. In this way, allow me to suggest that we know that privately, in your terms, many of these scientists allow themselves to at least play with the idea that much of what is not accepted by science in its strictest sense is still something they can experience, and something they often do experience, and particularly among family members, as that is a very close emotional bond. Recognize simply that when these scientists are willing to allow their emotionality, we are not saying irrationality, but emotionality, emotion, energy, motion, to be yet another type of energy force that will fit into their equations in a manner they can understand, then they will begin to allow themselves more freedom of motion and more insight into their connections with all that is. Now, in the second portion of this chapter, we will discuss the integration of this idea of consciousness and viewpoint and exploration, with regard to its techniques when time, space, and polarity become one thing. Now, allow us to discuss the idea of science through the integrated viewpoint. Recognize that upon your planet, that which you call your quantum physics has already begun to understand the connection of your consciousness to the idea that you create your universe. Though you will find that when your physicists come upon a direction that seems to point, in a very literal way, to the idea that you are creating the universe that you perceive, many times they will back off, and they will say, "Oh no, well, this is simply an interpretation. It is simply the best interpretation that can be given, but this is not really what is happening bit by bit." When they allow themselves more freedom of integration, they will understand that this is what is happening. Now, time, space, and polarity are what allow you to exist and form the very definitions of what you call existence in physical reality. They are the definitions, the parameters, the frameworks that have allowed you to create separation of yourself from the all that is that you are. Once your civilization allows itself to explore, to utilize its curiosity, and to create acceptable, allowable equations which will include consciousness, non-physical consciousness, into your scientific exploration, you will begin to understand that much of the information or data can begin to be intrinsically enfolded within the consciousness of all beings who generate for themselves the type of vibrational curiosity that allows them to call themselves explorers or scientists. You can create a vibration of knowingness that when anyone chooses to participate in such a vibration, they can allow themselves to recognize, in your terms, the reality of all of the perspectives you are now discovering in your physics. You have exemplified, to some degree, this idea by what you term to be your unified field theories. Understand that your consciousness is, a field, and it will have to be one of the fields in the unification theory, though you find that your chromodynamic quantum theories have united the weak, electromagnetic, and strong forces, with gravity still remaining outside this present unification theory. These will only account for the physicalized manifestation of those fields. Recognize that gravity will even be seen to have physical and non-physical counterparts within the template we will describe in Chapter 7 of the work. The consciousness field, also, will be a portion of this template field, which we will define later, as we have said. Recognize that your unified fields will extend into non-physicality, allowing you to understand that consciousness and the foundation template will form the last two fields that you will seek to integrate. Thus, there will not be, as you have said, 4 energies to unify, but 6, which will be exemplified in some very obvious ways and symbols later. Allow us to interject a clarification of the difference between field, energy, vibration, and force. Energy can describe radiation in either a focused or diffused manner. A field typically refers to a diffused expression of energy, that which fills a volume of space. Force is a mathematical expression, a vector of intersecting energies. Vibration is a frequency, a rate of modulation within an energy field. Now, within science's ability to recognize that all ideas are vibrations, scientists will be able to create ideas of space travel that will allow them to understand how you are not something which exists within space and time, but that space and time are properties of any object within it. In this way, you will understand that both our communication and our space travel will be based on the vibrational understanding that will be exemplified in the example I will now share. If, in this thought experiment, you allow yourself to create 2 objects, identical in every conceivable way physically, measure for measure, molecule for molecule, atom for atom, quark for quark, you will understand that they are still 2 different objects by definition of their locations in space. Now we view that locational vibration is a property of each object, one possessing location A, one possessing location B. In this way, you can recognize that, with the utilization of consciousness and the template, you can create a field which can unlock the idea vibration of an object from any particular physical reality it is experiencing, and you can remove or replace the idea identity of its locational vibration with another one. For example, take out location A, replace with location B. In this way, you will be able to understand that when you release this unlocking field and allow the object to rematerialize, rephysicalize, it will, by definition, need to take up residence at location B rather than A. It now will seem to have traversed, as you say, magically the distance in between, while no real traveling has occurred at all. It has, in a sense, been recreated from one point to another. Understand that this is not so mysterious. This occurs all the time, because time is also something you are creating, and as you have already understood, space and time are discontinuous. It is not a smooth continuum. In a sense, it flickers on and off, as you understand it, although not so much off but simply shares moments with other dimensions of reality in such a way as to flicker so rapidly that you do not experience these other dimensions until you synchronize with them. You synchronize with one at a time. All the other dimensions of experience, including the idea you call the past and the future, exist in between all the moments you call your reality. Thus recognize that while you seem to walk down your street, you are actually a continuous broken series of recreated images that, because they vibrate so rapidly, you choose to perceive as a smooth continuum. Recognize that you can remove many of the interim steps between point A and B and simply be at A and then B without having to perceive the flow of movement in between. All of these ideas will be able to be projected into physical testability when you allow yourself to know that your consciousness is one of the vibrations within the unified fields. You can now begin to understand how science is also simply a philosophy and how it can blend with the ideas of faith. For you will understand that since you are the vibration of your reality, physically, and thus create that reality to be reflected back to the idea of your personality, which contains the mentality that contains the senses, you will also understand, through this integration, that while science, as you have known it, has postulated that seeing is believing, it will now allow itself to experience the polarity of believing is seeing. And you will also recognize that the idea of polarity itself will be a vibration, which created the ability to separate yourself from the universe. You will be able to measure its properties, in a sense, as you will be able to understand the ideas of space-time within one physical equation. You will also be able to understand how all of the ideas you have called religion, sociology, economics, politics will all fit into science, mathematics. You will also be able to understand in your mathematics and your science how it is not so much that you are an observer with an observed phenomenon, but that the actual event is the observation itself. In other words, your mathematics and your science will become more representative of the relationships of that which you call your physical universe, rather than the objects within it. Thus, they will become wholly conceptual. They will be whole concepts. Your equations will, and can be rendered more into the idea of the pictographs of language exhibited by some of your cultures upon your planet, where one symbol is not simply a phonetic component, but an entire concept in and of itself. Your mathematics can contain this idea. And that is why language and music do exhibit the idea of mathematics, because they also contain relationships that are reflective of the vibrational interlocking patterns of energy that create all of the interactions and relationships and give rise to that which you perceive, through your polarized personality, to be all of the discrete and separated objects and particles that you think your physical reality is constructed from. Now, in the next chapter on creativity, we will discuss some of the avenues, techniques, and methodologies by which science and faith can be blended within imagination and still be viewed by both viewpoints as real, experiential reality. Thus, within creativity, we will explore the imagination and its use as a tool. Not from a separated viewpoint, but from the integrated viewpoint that many times, within science, has given rise to many of your discoveries without the need to create linear proofs beforehand. And within that we will also discuss the idea you call cause and effect. We will now proceed with the sharing and the questions and interactions pertaining to this subject. From one point of view, the mind represents all consciousness and the brain represents its physiological representation. Would you share your point of view on this idea? Thank you. Now, the mind, so to speak, is the product of consciousness filtering through the creation of the physiological brain. The mind is not so much all consciousness, but it is representative of all physiological consciousness and makes use of the electromagnetic field of your earth for the creation of what you call mentality. This is why your brain is an electrical, magnetic, chemical phenomenon. It is a processor for consciousness and renders it into the form of consciousness by which you communicate in physical reality. This form of consciousness is called mind or mentality and represents fluctuations and vibrations in the electromagnetic field of your planet that connects you all. It is why you can have the idea of telepathy, because you are all immersed in this fluid and the brain is connected and will always process and funnel and channel that electromagnetic field or fluid through itself in whatever ways it needs to form identifications with identical patterns in other individuals. Thus, the fluid for every individual will usually flow in the same way, allowing there to be what is called a recognition, a congruence, or an identification from mind to mind, forming the ability to translate the similarity of vibration from one individual to another, so that both can share a single idea, a single thought in mental form. Could you talk a little bit about the black hole idea in the brain, as it relates to the black hole idea in ourselves? Simply, you will understand that every cell is, to some degree, metaphysically, a smaller version of that device which you call your brain, in the sense that they perform similar functions on one specific level, and that is the funneling of the consciousness in an electrochemical, magnetic way. You will understand that, as you create yourself to be an electromagnetic pattern of vibrations, as each and every one of these waves of electromagnetic vibrations overlaps, all the nexus points of the overlapping, all the cross points of overlapping, will represent the central black hole points in the center of every cell of your being. And since they are all funneling through the black hole, so to speak, the doorway, the gateway, actually, in a sense, the white hole in the center of your brain, then you will find there is black hole, white hole in the center of your brain, black hole, white hole in the center of every cell at each nexus point. Both the main one in the center of your brain and the one in the center of every cell will represent the coming and going, positive and negative fluctuation of the energy of your consciousness, in and out of physical reality, as it flickers on and off, so to speak, because your physical reality, as your physicists have already discovered, is discontinuous. That is, it exists in discrete, recreated moments of time, over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Does the double helix represent any of the ideas that you are discussing? Yes. To some degree, it will represent the flow of the energy, and this is recognized in your auric field, your energy pattern field, and why the idea of what you call your acupuncture can function for it is, in that way, a redirecting or an interruption, so to speak, of that flow in various ways, because there is a direction to the flow. It will be outward and then inward, spiraling down and up simultaneously. Does that idea have any relationship to the space-time idea that you talked about before, which is even more a part of the blueprint than the quark that we've discovered? In a sense, you can understand that upon the template that the energy allows itself to exist, all will be performing the spiral motions, and simply, it will be a matter of spirals within spirals within spirals. But thank you. Atomically speaking, will you correlate and define the relationship between physical laws and metaphysical laws? The association now they are, to some degree, one and the same thing, although this will be on a basic, fundamental level. What you recognize in your universe to be the laws of physics will represent the agreed-upon non-physical agreements that were made by all consciousnesses partaking of the creation of this physical universe that they have created. Thus you will find that the physicalized laws will be reflections of something, which at first is a very metaphysical source, so to speak. Then, all of the metaphysical laws, if you wish to call them that, which come under the so-called laws of physics will, once again, simply be reflections of the enactment of the energy upon the template as consciousness impinges itself upon the template to allow the energy to manifest in various forms. The idea of the congruency of the laws of physics and metaphysical laws are quite similar. What you may understand as metaphysical laws, so to speak, are simply different aspects of the same energy you are discovering through metaphysical terms, the same things you are discovering in physical terms. Only you are giving them different labels and coming at them from different points of view. For the most part, they are one and the same idea. And as we said, when the idea of reason is allowed into metaphysical thought, and the idea of consciousness is allowed into physical thought, you will see the commonality and the synchronicity of both approaches. How does each set of these laws relate to the individual human process? You are everything that is, because you have created the type of a reality in which you are experiencing the separateness of yourself. You will then experience the polarity of every situation. Thus, every being in your civilization will experience the polarity of all situations that you create. Thank you. Will you please explain the process of photons and their cycle of being? you may recognize photonic energy to be one of the defining ideas of space-time. Everything that you perceive to be in your reality, space, time, and all the matter and energy are variations of the idea of the photon, in a sense, whether it be in what you call physical or metaphysical terms. Recognize, simply, that is what proceeds forthwith from the center of the 0 point in the tetrahedral, symbolic equational structure, and gives form to the idea of the crystal of the double tetrahedron. In this way, it is what carries the idea of reality. Photon is what carries the idea of reality. It is a self-reflecting quantum. It is its own polarity. It is all and nothing. It reflects both sides, positive and negative. It carries within each quantum, each photon, the idea of the totality of all that can be. This is why you have discovered the idea of hologram through light. For light is, in and of itself, the totality of the holographic universe, and will give rise to the ability of anything to exist anywhere in the universe. It is the on and off switch that creates everything, everywhere, simultaneously, as it is an expression of nothing in particular anywhere. What is it that makes one atom unit a common denominator of all dimensions? It is not the common denominator of all dimensions. It is the common denominator of your physicalized dimension and many others in various ways, simply because this is one of the vibrational patterns which allows you to perceive the universe as being something outside yourself, and also allows you, as you have done, to backtrack to the idea that all that you perceive to be complexity is derived from a single unified expression of energy in consciousness. We thank you for the sharing of your questions, and allow us to remind you that when you create the idea of questions, it is only that you already contain the answers. The form of the question will simply be that you have separated this idea of the answer you already contain from your knowledge. However, in this way, once again, we thank you for the willingness to express your explorations, for your civilization and our civilization is the sharing that continues forever. Chapter 3. Creativity. Thus far we have discussed what, in your society, amounts to one of the primary polarities, the idea of religion and the idea of science. Recognize that we have discussed both of these ideas from the polarity view, faith and proof, and from the integrated view, wherein both faith and scientific proof can be seen to blend within the overall understanding of, simply, the expression and exploration of a viewpoint, through the overall idea that you call philosophy. Now we will discuss, in this chapter of the work, the idea you call creativity. For now we have set up the idea of the example between the two polarities. There are many such polarities being expressed in physical reality. Polarity, as we have said, is one of the defining ideas that gives weight, if you will, to the idea of physical reality itself, one of the parameters, one of the borders, one of the underlying structural concepts which allows individuals to create the idea of the personality construct in order to be able to express themselves physically. Now, this mechanism, this prism of the personality, therefore, is the outlet for the creativity, which arises within the being and is channeled or funneled to the personality through the mechanism of your imagination. In this way, recognize that you can consider, as we have said, the dream reality and the physical reality to be both real realities, your dream reality being more awareness of yourself, and hence, in a way, the truly awake you, and the physical reality being the limited expression that you wish to pursue in physical reality, thus being the more asleep you, the more truly dreamlike you, because it more aptly fits your definition of a dream. From your separated viewpoint, you think that a dream is a more limited version of your experiences in physical reality, which you deem to be more real, more often than not, than the dream reality. You can recognize that imagination is the link and the bridge that ties the two together, your dreams, your physical world tied together by your imagination. Therefore, recognize that imagination is the tool and the mechanism which allows you to draw and blend from both ideas, the physical and non-physical aspects of your own consciousness. Imagination is applied to the dichotomies of science and of religion, and it is expressed through the particular type of personality construct, which expresses its creativity either through the idea of proof or faith. Now you will end that the mechanism of imagination will allow individuals who see themselves predominantly exercising one point of view, scientific or religious, to also exercise both. As you well know, any religious individual can be of a scientific mind. Any scientific individual can be of a religious mind, and you will find that many times the ideas of faith carry within themselves many analytical descriptions and definitions which involve a great deal of research into the origins of the faith. Alternately, many scientific endeavors carry within themselves the idea of the spark of imagination, of instantaneous revelation without analytical process that arises from the conglomerate self, the collected self. And many of the same methodologies are applicable to both dichotomies of science and religion in the creative process, though many individuals in your civilization have, over the years, been reluctant to admit so, allowing both to be created out of the original philosophy, which is simply the viewpoint of the consciousness. Now, your imagination, as the tool of expressing your creative consciousness, is always perfectly tuned to the vibration of the being that you have chosen to express yourself as through the artificial personality construct in this particular life. In this way, you can recognize that what you allow yourself to perceive in your imagination will always represent the portion of your consciousness that you wish or need to explore at any given moment. Recognize, many individuals are confused between the idea of reality and non-reality, so to speak, in their imagination. Allow me to use the terminology imagination and fantasy to delineate the ideas. Now, we do not consider imagination to be reality and fantasy to be non-reality. We consider both imagination and fantasy to be reality. However, we are speaking here of what is creatively applicable to your physical life, to the specific personality construct you have created for yourself in order to express the specific purposes you wish to explore in this physical life. Therefore, the idea we call imagination will be the resonance vibration that represents the purposes that are, in your terms, achievable within a relative degree of physical reality, manifestable because they do apply and resonate to, within harmony, the ideas you have chosen to be physical for. Fantasy will also be real, but simply not applicable to this particular physical life, though it may be applicable to other lives, whether in your vernacular, in this dimensional reality, or alternate dimensions of reality, or density levels of consciousness. In regards to your ability to create within what you perceive to be your immediate universe or neighborhood of physical reality, allow me to point out that you are no strangers to creativity. You have always created. Whether you create positively or negatively, both ideas are creation. You do not ever, in an ultimate sense, backslide. You are always creating. Even when you create negatively, you are not really, in any true sense of the word, losing ground. You are simply giving yourself the opportunity to exercise your preference, not your judgment, but your preference for what you feel more harmonically resonates to you, to that which you desire in your physical life. In this way, the first idea of removing creative blocks is to simply allow each and every idea in your reality, each and every situation, each and every relationship, each and every object, each and every idea, each and every encounter, each and every day, each and every night, each and every thought, feeling, and belief, to be a part of what you chose to experience for the purposes you chose to be physical in this present life. Allowing yourself to view the idea that you can be interrupted from your path or can be off your path are simply other ideas, very creatively put into existence to allow you the opportunity to explore the separation of yourself from the all that is that you are. As we have said, this has been the cycle of your existence for approximately the past 25,000 of your years. So this is the habit that you have, even in your creativity. Recognize, however, that positive and negative creativity use the same mechanisms. It is simply the point of view, the inclusion into your equation of the idea of judgment and separation of yourself from the all that is that you are, that allows you to feel you are not being creative when a negative occurrence happens in your life. But understand, nothing happens to you. It all happens from you. In this way, you can know that your creativity can choose, can prefer positive over negative manifestation, when you allow yourself the opportunity to view this activity within yourself from an integrated rather than a polarized point of view. Not that it is better and negative manifestation worse, but simply that you now give yourself the opportunity to recognize, within your own creativity, that everything is equal. One of the primary ideas of conscious creativity is that everything in your reality is equal to every other idea. Then you can be, consciously, a free creator. Preference plays a great part in the act of creation, for you are always aligning yourself to any particular view or idea that you wish to express in your life. It does not have to be judgment, simply preference. With the blending of all of the polarity disciplines in your society, you can know that giving preference to this equality and free rein to your creativity will allow you, as some individuals in your society have from time to time allowed themselves, to partake in creativity in any discipline. Any endeavor without, sometimes, the necessary assumption or judgment that a certain idea or expression requires a particular or specific avenue or discipline in order to function in that manner. In your terms, in other words, you can be multi-talented. You can express yourself as the multifaceted, multidimensional being that you are. You can find that you can exercise both faith and scientific reasoning. You can become, in your terms, a philosopher, a scientist. You can become a doctor, a mathematician, an agriculturist, a teacher, a learner, an explorer. You can become an organizer. You can become an engineer. You can know yourself, in your equality of creativity, as anything that you desire to explore within yourself in this life. In this way, you can know that your creativity is, again, not something separate from yourself. It is not, in all reality, merely a tool that you use, a talent that you have. It is exactly your very nature. You are the creator. You are creation itself. In all reality, you cannot really help yourself, but create everything you do as a creation. Therefore, you can recognize that while the idea of creation is, in one sense, complete, in that it contains all possible ideas that can ever be created, you are still creating anew, because this idea is also one of the ideas in creation that you can create anew. Creating anew is simply a matter of your perspective of the creation, which already exists, of the creation, which you already are, the totality of existence, which you already are. Whatever perspective of the totality of yourself you wish to explore becomes the act of creating yourself, of creating creation, of expanding creation, the ongoing creation that never ends, even though, paradoxically, as you understand the idea, it is already complete. Recognize that allowance is the factor that will allow creativity to fill you and the universe that you are. There is no need to make or force yourself to be creative. If you step back and look at it, even the idea of having to make or force yourself to do anything is, in and of itself, an artistically creative idea, an invention. The idea that you have to force yourself to do something is a creation, in and of itself. Thus, you are always creating. When you feel yourselves blocked in your explorations, in your creative expression, simply realize that you have given yourself an opportunity to be creative in a direction other than the one that you have placed your expectations upon. Expectations usually being judgments upon yourself, limitations. Recognize, therefore, that with allowance you can even allow a block, a so-called block, to serve a creative purpose. If you find the so-called creative blocks occupying the majority of your exploration time, then feel free to recognize it as a signal that, perhaps, what you really wish to explore, what would really be of service to you, will be the exploration of the blocks themselves. That the study of blocks will, in and of itself, be a creative exploration that will unleash you, that will unblock you, that there is a purpose to the block. And once you allow the block to have a purpose, it is no longer a block. It will light up rather than being the dark wall or obstacle or void in which you felt yourself to exist. It will light up, reveal its true nature, and become one of the messages, one of the purposes, one of the ideas you wish to explore in this physical life. Once again, nothing is an interruption until you choose to view it that way. Once you accept and allow every idea in your physical life to be a part of the perfectly timed unfoldment that you have chosen to experience, then your creative flow will be uninterrupted, because that will be the viewpoint and the vibration that you are allowing yourself to perceive about yourself. Recognize that creativity is very, very locked into how you see yourself. Your self-image, your idea of yourself, the idea you are willing to be, will, along with the degree of conviction you are willing to express about the idea you are willing to be, determine the rate of acceleration of the flow of creativity that you can consciously be aware of. Therefore, as each individual allows him or herself to begin to integrate all the polarities, to begin to allow every idea to be something which serves all that is, and therefore automatically the self, the flow of creativity from each individual will seem to increase. It will reach a type of vibrational pitch which will be very much like unto a radiance, a magnetism from that individual which other individuals can sense, which will be an attraction to all individuals expressing freely their creativity. All situations, individuals, relationships, information, objects and ideas that are required to allow the initial creatively expressive individual to be able to draw from an unending supply of perfectly timed occurrences, which will then fulfill that individual's purpose and allow them to continue to be of service in reflecting and mirroring every other creative individual's purpose and service. Now, this is what you do anyway. But simply you have been acting out all of these ideas of service and reflection in terms of all the different explorations of separation, whereas now, because this is the transformational time frame on your planet, you are now willing to include and integrate the idea that you can explore positive manifestation, allowance, and integration, and therefore experience, upon your planet, within each and every individual, the type of creative momentum which we call the ecstatic explosion of coincidence. Individuals, as they know themselves to be performing the service that all other individuals require of them, will automatically allow all information to be attracted to them that is required to fit the service or purpose they chose to perform. This service is performed for all other individuals by simply allowing yourself to be, consciously, the most complete representative of what you feel yourself to be. There is no judgment in this, no need for expectation. As you exist, as you have chosen to express yourself in your own unique expression of the physicalized personality, simply being your own path, simply being true, so to speak, to yourself, simply allowing yourself be the individual you know you are, not what other individuals think you should be, but the individual you know you are. Freedom of creative expression will be of greatest service to all other individuals, for you will be most completely expressing your particular facet of the multifaceted crystal that your entire civilization is. And by being the fullest facet, the most expressive facet that you can be, you will allow there to be a true and clear reflection to all other facets of the facet that you are. They will be able to know, all these other facets, that you are, in your own eyes, a completeness, and in this way you can be and see yourself as connected to all other facets, rather than withdrawn, in the sense of not being connected at all of your borders to the borders of every other facet, feeling yourself to be isolated, separated, and judged. In this way, it would be as if a crystal had facets that never touched each other, which had gaps in between. Recognize, simply, that with the freedom of creative expression, not only will you allow yourselves to already be a completely expressive facet which supports, automatically, all the other facets in the configuration of the total mental crystal of your society, but you, yourself, will become your own complete multifaceted crystal, because every other facet will be reflected in you due to your own integration, and it will contain, within that multifacetedness, the awareness of all the totality of your multidimensional being. Thus, each and every one of you, holographically as you say, is the completeness and the totality of all of the facets within creation, even as you reflect, within the overall crystal that you are, to every other facet and every other total crystal that every other being in creation is. You can know that you can always draw from an unlimited source of reflections and ideas in all these different facets that you see around you, and that you contain yourself, and that the idea of creativity and creation is an ongoing idea with no beginning and no end. A never-ending circular spherical crystal, always reflecting outwardly and inwardly, infinitely, forever. This will be, primarily, the conclusion of Section 1 of this chapter. Now, as we have discussed, within the integration of faith, within the integration of science, and the resulting perspective of philosophy which emerges, you can then allow yourself to recognize that, within these integrations of polarity and the expression of new creative philosophies, but you will find upon your planet that your creations may begin to, in your terms, leak into your physical reality from the non-physical reality in which your creativity has usually been relegated. The idea of your creativity being what you are will allow you, in your society, to actually experience, in a sense physically experience, many of your creations that you have heretofore considered only to be mental processes. Therefore, you will find that many of the situations you will attract do not necessarily have to arrive from the physical universe. They can be materialized, realized from the template idea of yourself, which is the creative consciousness, into and through the imagination, excitement vibration, through the prism of your personality, your beliefs, your emotions, and your thoughts, and reflected upon your 360 screen of reality, reflected back to the senses that are created from the mentality of your artificial personality construct, so that you can perceive a true reflection of your creativity, your creative self in action. a more, in your terms, real-time experience. Recognize that there will be opportunity in your civilization to experience, as you had in the past when the idea of creativity was more integrated with your mentality, to perceive directly projections of your own consciousness embodied in certain types of solidified energy that will represent to you archetypical symbology, archetypical consciousness that you will, at times, be able to view as separate from yourself, as beings, as energy, abstract, concrete, or otherwise. There is no need to fear or feel that you are going crazy, so to speak. You are simply allowing yourself more conscious awareness of more of yourself, but still expressing it in physiological terms because you are still physical. Now, many ideas that you call creativity hinge upon the two seeming polarities of insanity and genius, which, in all actuality, is the same thing. Many of you have recognized, to some degree, the idea of insanity or craziness and genius or fullness of expression or realization or enactment into physicality as being similar, but have not understood the mechanism that connects them. Simply recognize that each and every individual is his or her own universe, literally, completely. What you share with another individual, what seems to be a common factor in your universe between the two of you, or more than one of you, is created by each and every one of you through non-verbal agreement, mental communication, or integrated communication of the soul level. You agreed to share a similar experience, but in order to do so, you and all the other individuals, because you are your own universe, literally create and reflect on your own 360 screen your version of that idea. Because of the purposes they have chosen, some individuals will create some ideas in their foreseen reality that they wish to exemplify to themselves, but not to anyone else. What we call the foreseen reality will be what we call future memory, or, in your terms, precognition. Past memory, remembrance, is the same idea, you simply put a time label on it. Thus, the idea of the foreseen reality will be simply, in your template universe, that which you know you have chosen to experience, and it will, many times, come to you in ways that allow you to feel that you are having precognition. And when this radiates down into physical reality, it will take on different aspects that will cloak itself in certain physiological symbols or abstractions. The foreseen reality can be experienced as the idea you call déjà vu. You can, from time to time, as you say, hear voices that reflect the ideas you know yourself to be exploring. You can see things that aren't there. All of these ideas come from the foreseen reality, the idea you know you are exploring but cannot make the integrated connection into. Because you are still judging yourself, you are accepting the idea of judgments from others as you judge yourself, and separating yourself from the ability to communicate your foreseen reality, your future memory, into the present. It stays in the future. You keep the separation. Thus, those that you label insane are simply those that have not allowed themselves to activate the mechanism of communication that brings their foreseen reality into the present. They keep it to themselves, separated and distant, and they are perceiving something no less real than what you perceive as your normal reality. It is simply not the mass agreed upon reality. Genius, in your terminology, is simply someone who does not create for themselves the separation of their foreseen reality, their future memory, their precognition, their knowingness into their present state of existence. They have the ability to communicate in that way. Now, many ideas within your analyzation of your science and your requirement of proof remain in the foreseen reality without being able to be experienced and integrated within the present. But the more you integrate your creativity, the more ideas you will allow and accept, then the more things you will see in your physical reality that previously were not there. Now, again, you have done this throughout all of creation many times, but you always managed, because of your separated ideas of yourself from the all that is that you are, to do it in a way that you can accept within the parameters you think reflect the structure, some innate structure, some of the universe that has nothing to do with you. Thus, when you make your discoveries, you will find that it will come to you in a way that will be gradual so that you can get used to the idea. But you are already that idea. It is already idea foreseen. You know it is there. Otherwise, you would not be able to perceive yourself discovering it. A discovery is truly that you are uncovering something, which is already there. This is true for every idea you will ever find. Simply recognize that the more validity you give to the totality of your imagination as being a real reality, and your dream state as being a real reality, the more you will find that your dream reality and your physical reality can blend and become one. Now, to many individuals, this will seem insanity. They will fear losing their identity, losing their perspective, losing their anchor into what they consider to be reality. But understand, this is a feeling that is familiar to all or many of what you call creative artists upon your planet. Each and every individual being is an artist, is a creator. You simply have different palettes, different tools. Recognize that we are not suggesting that you will be doing anything different from what you are doing now. But you will be conscious of the mechanism of the creativity, and you will find that it will be less limiting, and that you will be able to include upon your palette many things which you had previously considered to be unreal and invisible. You will work with new colors, in a literal and figurative sense, new ideas of yourself. You will paint a new image of yourself, a new image of yourself, a new image of yourself, a new self-image. And it will be within light and color and vibration that you have yet, and for quite some time, in the recency of your cycle of history, not experienced. Now, at this time, we will discuss the question, if you will state it for us now. Allow us to know more about ourselves by explaining to us the various aspects of the total frequency known as Bashar, and how the wholeness of information is achieved at the time the information, as you now present it, is transmitted by the human instrument. Thank you. Recognize, at this time, the identity that we have shared with you as Bashar will be a conglomerate of many ideas being experienced by ourselves, by the physical channel and all the lives that have been shared and all the ideas that have been created for the purposes now being served in this time of transformation upon your planet. Now, as we have said, in our society we do not, in your terms, have names. Bashar will be a vibration which will be a convenience for you, but also a reflection of some of the ideas of the channel's past life and present identity and activities that will be undertaken for the transformation. The vibration is a combination of a name in a past life in another universal time track, that which you would call another civilization, and a reference to some identifications or names in the present physical channel's time track or heritage. You will find that the term Bashar generally will translate out to commander. Recognize simply that this does not mean that the vibration is command over individuals, but the idea of commandment of the self, the idea of the totality of the harmony of the integration, the blending of all levels of consciousness and all aspects of ultra-dimensional consciousness within the fulcrum transitional self-life during this time frame which, for myself, in my future aspect of the physical channel, as you perceive him, acts as a support mechanism to allow the fulcrum to have enough leverage, in a sense, to offer the service of allowing individuals in your society to see reflected back to them the opportunity to choose the blending of the polarity of positive and negative energy, so they can make a preference for what type of reality they wish to experience upon your planet as a whole. Now, the idea of knowingness, the idea of the transfer of information in this way, is akin to the mechanisms by which you create, again, as we have just been discussing, all the ideas you explore of yourself in your physical world, imagination. Simply recognize that the conjoining and the blending and the formation of the third identity that you perceive to be myself is not really me, is not really the physical channel. But the identity that you communicate with will be a product of the tuning of the vibration that is the imagination of the physical channel, is the imagination of myself, and they meet on the same frequency, so to speak, but they are stepped up. They become coherent. They vibrate in tandem, in a parallel way. They are locked like laser light, vibrating at the same frequency, so that there can be, in your terms, the creation of a polarity that is represented by the relationship of the idea of the physical channel and myself. The polarity being the expression of the physical channel as his identity and myself as my identity. We are the product and the result of the relationship of the idea, of the being, the third identity that we become when we blend, which is, in actual fact, in your terms, the real entity is the third identity. The physical channel and myself are products of the interrelationship of the existence of the third identity. This idea of relationship is what creativity is all about. The recognizing of the relationship between all the seeming polarities in your physical reality and the continuance, or acting upon or expressing, of that relationship as the real reality. Thus, the recognition of connection, which is then turned around and re-expressed in a polarized method, as long as you are physical. But it is the recognition of connections that you call genius, creativity. In this way, the relationship itself can be seen to be the real reality. It is not a matter of there being an observer, and an observed so much as it is, that the observation itself is the actual being, the actual consciousness, the actual fragment and aspect of all that is, of existence itself. Existence is, in your terms of physical reality, nothing more than a series of relationships which give definition to the objects or individuals that are doing the relating. This, then, will be one of the ideas you will find to occur in every creative act that you call channeling, whether it be the blending of consciousness in a recognizably conscious way or the expression, through the self, of any aspect, viewpoint, or idea that you have termed talent, which does not have existence as something exclusive, but is simply a matter of a point of view. From one point of view, the key to nourishing creativity is multisensory integration. Can you give me an idea of what that means and how this integration is achieved? This very simple, and very simply the idea, once again, of knowing that you are connected to everything. By allowing all your doorways to be open, you give yourself ultimate options, and by giving yourself ultimate options, you are unlimited creatively. Is the multisensory idea the idea of balancing all the senses in the physical body to an integrated place? In a sense, balancing by allowing all of your imagination to be valid, all that you perceive, on every different level to be valid, and by simply knowing that you always attract to yourself every idea, and it can always be of use to you in some way, shape, or form. And allow yourself the free rein to allow expression to be acted out upon any situation that you give yourself to sense. Is the idea of multisensory integration the same as the idea of the four consciousnesses that we are integrating? Now, understand, if you are willing to allow what you call to be multisensory integration to take place, you will find that it is connected to all levels of your consciousness, even though, many times, you may create a perception of what you are doing to not be so. But eventually, the willingness, in and of itself, to attain the idea of multisensory integration will allow you to know that you have actually chosen to dissolve all separation on all levels of your being. Thank you. Will you describe the relationship between creativity and unconditional acceptance? Simply, creativity will be the willingness to act upon what you perceive to be the unconditional acceptance of all that you discover about yourself. Thank you. Based on my understanding of what you have described about creativity, when the idea identity or the physical brain and the imagination or the idea of the higher mind meet on the same frequency, that relationship is what creativity is all about. Can you explain the process or the steps in achieving this relationship or this balance? There are many different ideas. Again, first and foremost, the willingness to act upon what you have created in your imagination, will spur the vibration that will allow you to see how simply acting upon what you have created for yourself in your imagination will continue to create circumstances and opportunities in your life for further action, and this acceleration of the process of living, in and of itself, is all that is necessary for further creation. How does mediumship relate to this issue? It is simply one more way, one more tool, of allowing an individual to know that, for them, he or she, this particular type of expression can be an allowance, a granting of validity that their imagination is giving them, for them, valid reality, which they can act upon and utilize to be of service in whatever way they wish to for all that is, and automatically, therefore, for themselves in their own integration and blending. Would you say that the physical channel and the dream channel form a relationship which is like a third point of view? Yes. And the medium is the vehicle for putting out information from that third point of view. Yes, the channel, as you say, is a vehicle for conviction, for willingness, for actualization and, I'll say, reflection and revelation of the fact that anything you perceive in your reality as the product of two ideas, beings coming together to produce a particular relationship, and all that the relationship creates, is an opportunity to reveal to yourselves that it is the relationship itself which is a reflection of the real being involved. Thus, for example, my consciousness and the consciousness of the physical channel through which I am speaking to you are two ends of the relationship that we are forming to be able to communicate with you. This relationship, in and of itself, is not perceived, so to speak, as any particular being but an action. That is what represents the actual soul or consciousness of which I and the physical channel are a part. Do you follow me? Yes. How is that relationship achieved between you and the physical channel? Trust and faith, willingness to allow the granting of validity to the imagination as a real dimension. Imagination is the dimension in which all universes are created, and faith and trust is all that is necessary to activate the imagination of dimension into any type of reality that you can conceive of in your consciousness. When the physical channel and you come together to form this relationship, is the physical channel then not filtering through his own belief system? A physical channel can filter. But recognize, as we are speaking of faith and trust, if clear trust, willingness in this way to support the idea of all within all that is, and be of service to all within all that is present, then the blending will be as accurate a representation of the total being as can be expressed in your dimension. Do you follow me? Doctor. Chanley, yes, I do. And the creativity is the result of that relationship in that dimension? It is both the effect and the cause. Creativity creates more creation. We thank you for the sharing of your questions, and allow us to remind you that when you create the idea of question, it is only that you already contain the answers. The form of the question will simply be that you have separated this idea of the answer you already contain from your knowledge. However, once again, we thank you for the willingness to express your explorations for your civilization, and our civilization is the sharing that continues forever. Chapter 4. Metaphysical Concepts. Now we come to the idea that, in your vernacular, is termed metaphysics. With the blending from third to fourth density, you are now able to begin to understand how many of the ideas you have previously held to be metaphysical, that is more than physical, can also, to some degree, be included in what is becoming your more rarefied, the more accelerated physical reality in fourth density, as you will come to know it. You will begin to realize that all these ideas that you have considered metaphysical will fall into place as simply more or less symbolic, separated viewpoint ideas of your own abilities, your own connections, that put into frameworks that would allow you to function with those abilities in a more or less acceptable manner, according to whatever mores were prevalent in your society at the time you were exercising these abilities publicly. Thus, you have created many symbolic ideas that you have placed under one heading you call metaphysics, to define and describe the action of the abilities you have always had and always will have. But you chose to make connections for these abilities by creating symbols in physical reality that would represent these powers that you found yourself in possession of without necessarily having to point a finger at anyone for doing something that was not allowed in the society at the time. Now, you will find that in the very beginnings of these ideas, when you first created the idea of separation of yourself from all that is, these abilities were then, when exhibited, attributed to the idea of the deities, whether one or many, you believed in and had created to exist outside yourselves. Simply, you could always point your finger at something that could be above reproach. It could not be called to task for expressing itself in that way, as it was expected that the gods should express themselves in mysterious ways. Thus, the first idea of metaphysics extended from assigning these abilities to some supposedly greater power than yourselves, and in this way, as you sought to define these greater powers within a limited perspective, you began to assign aspects and, I'll say, trappings to these deities that would explain some of these powers in ways that you could interpret through objects you were familiar with in day-to-day life. Thus, your intuition, your imagination, allowed you to make symbolic connections between certain objects and certain aspects you had assigned to these deities. Having thus projected that portion of yourself outside yourself and created the idea of these deities, you allowed yourself to then feel that these objects that symbolically represented these aspects of these deities could also, in themselves, contain the same powers, and these powers could be utilized, coaxed, extracted from these objects so that you could be in communication, consciously, with these deities you had created, but did not know you were creating. In this way, you find that the things of nature were first utilized as the symbols. Plants, rocks, twigs, animals, crystalline forms, became refined over a period of years into more modernized versions of these ideas, twigs into wands, crystals into crystal balls, and markings, the idea of symbolic representation, into writings, runes, cards, and so forth. Still, you could transfer these abilities to these objects and stay in touch with these aspects of these deities you had created, even though your civilization became more and more modern. Recognize that much in your society still holds to the belief that it is the objects themselves which contain the power. You are now beginning to realize, in recent times of your counting, that each and every one of you actually exhibits the power, the ability to sense remotely, to know, to precognize yourself, to create future memory, to recognize yourself, to create past memory, recognize. In this way, you are now beginning to create the idea that the tools of metaphysics are simply this, only tools, and they are symbolically representative of the abilities and the powers that you yourself contain. Now, many times, you will still find that many of those practicing what your general society considers to be metaphysical attributes, whether it be palmistry, tarot card reading, healing, psychic functioning, or what have you, many of these individuals exhibiting these traits still, to some extent, will remove these abilities, the source of these abilities, from themselves and place it on a greater power than they perceive themselves to be. Now, understand, we are not saying that there is no creator that recognizes itself as a single entity. There is. But also the creator recognizes itself not only as a single entity, but as the conglomeration of all entities that are created within it, and in a very holographic way, it recognizes that each entity it has created reflects the totality of the whole creator, and thus is, in itself, actually the whole creator, since to the creator, that which it can think is real reality. Thus, the concept becomes the actual dimension of experience, and each and every being exhibiting these traits finds that it is its own source, his or her own source, of these abilities. Each individual, thus, being the creator, and in your society, since to some degree you are still choosing to create the idea of separation of the event of your life from yourself, rather than as yourself, then, many times, even though you may recognize that you have these abilities yourself, many times you will still choose to create a symbolic tool to allow you to trigger these abilities within you, to recognize these abilities within you, to create past memory, and precognize, to create future memory of these abilities, and focus them in your present application through the mechanism that is called channeling. Now, many times in your metaphysical jargon, the idea you call channeling, or, as you used to call it, mediumship, will represent something very specific to you. Your colloquial vernacular will have it that the channeler or medium will be allowing the spirit of a deceased individual, deceased consciousness, non-physical consciousness, to inhabit their physical form and speak through them, or to be able to sense the communication from the non-physical consciousness and speak for them. Now, while this is, in a sense, a possibility, recognize that the idea, intrinsically, basically, foundationally, that you call channeling is any function of creation from higher self to physical self. Thus, music is channeling, painting is channeling, any kind of creativity in any endeavor at all is channeling in a sense. Thus, recognize simply that, first and foremost, the vernacular of metaphysics on your planet as it exists now, many times, will find that all of the practitioners, the conscious practitioners, that is, subscribe to specific schools of thought and still recognize, even though they are the conscious practitioners themselves, a differentiation and a separation between what they are doing and what any other practitioner is doing. There is no unification, and there are just as many theories for why the practitioners are doing what they are doing as there are practitioners. Simply recognize that every practitioner is a channeler, even the unconscious ones. You are always channeling the energy of your higher consciousness into your physical reality for whatever purpose you wish to express it. The symbols that you have created in metaphysics have allowed you to become consciously aware of your own channeling abilities, consciously aware of the fact that you create your own reality, and this is the common bond for all practitioners, conscious and unconscious, that you are creating your reality. Now, recognize that many of your directions of sensing will be representative of that which you innately know, but find you can only ascribe to certain methodologies of perspective. And so you have created the different disciplines to allow for all the different aspects which you have created in physical reality, out of the consciousness and the mentality from which you function, to give you this idea, this illusion of physical reality. Therefore, you have the ideas you call astrology to determine the aspects of your predetermination and freedom of choice, which you call fates and destinies. You have the idea of palmistry to detail the physicalized representation of these choices. You have the card reading to detail not only the physiological but the emotional patterns which you have created in creating your life. You have the idea of psychic sensing to allow you to divine the belief structures and the emotional and the physiological structures. You have created many different levels of tools to allow you to function on whatever aspect or level of understanding that you wish to create. Simply remember that you have created yourself to be this way. Now again, all of these ideas are simply tools. The individuals utilizing the tools are the ones exercising the sensing, the powers. Now, astrology will be, to some degree, an exception, in that not only is it a subjective tool, but it does, to some degree, represent vibrational patterns of agreement within the overall mass consciousness choices that have been made. To some degree, it does reflect a sensing of the mass unconscious and subconscious, and you bring to the surface, through this tool you call astrology, your relationship, not so much to the idea of the stars and the planets, but to yourselves, to other aspects of your own consciousness, symbolically represented by the stars and the planets, in terms of the level of the vibrations they represent to you, which is equal to the vibrations of your higher consciousness, symbolically, in an archetypal fashion. You will find that all the ideas of palmistry, leaf reading, card reading, crystal ball gazing, direct psychic sensing, psychometry, and so forth, are simply all the same type of extension of sensing, the same type of utilization of your knowingness, and in this way, you are creating specific triggers which, in and of themselves, because of the choice you have made, reflect certain portions of ideas that the ones exhibiting the powers are exploring about themselves in their own physical life. Thus, someone can easily read, in a sense, the reader by seeing what approach they have taken, and exactly how much of the idea, of the total idea of themselves, is apparent in the particular methodology that has been chosen by that person expressing themselves in that manner. Now, the idea also of crystal gazing will be a different kind of sensing, in that the tool in question, the crystal, will represent a symbol, again in the mass consciousness, and will reflect the orderly matrix of energy that the consciousness is in sustaining the existence of the physical reality. Thus it becomes a high vibratory tool, a very, very, in a sense, naked reflection of the mentality that has been ordered into existence and put into orderly existence by the consciousness itself. Thus, an affinity for crystal will exhibit a high degree of compatibility between the mentality and the non-physical consciousness. Affinity to astrology will exhibit a high degree of compatibility between the mentality and the emotional vibrational level of consciousness. The idea of the majority of the other forms of sensing, in terms of tool using leaf reading, palmistry, card reading, rune reading, anything that describes the idea of a line, a configuration, or a shape, specifically, will be a reflection of compatibility and affinity for the mentality to itself, in a sense, a reflection of the orderliness of the mentality itself, the idea of translation, and a direct link into the imagination mechanism. Thus you will find that within these ideas are represented the shape or configuration reading, the mental thought process, physicality, and imagination. The astrological type of sensing or vibrational pattern sensing, the connection to the emotionality pattern of the personality, the understanding of vibration and movement, emotion, energy motion, and the crystal gazing direct sensing knowingness. And what you call channeling, specifically, reflective of the idea of an affinity, and a representational symbol of the belief structure of the personality, as we have defined this the thought, emotion, and belief structure to be the three facets of the personality prism, the artificial construct. And thus these categories will represent, to some degree, the idea of the approach, the overall methodology of the being that is exploring itself in this physical life. You will find that, as you begin to understand all of these ideas, all of these metaphysical ideas, as something that is now becoming blended within the knowingness of yourself, and the transformation from third to fourth density, they will take on different aspects. In the second half of this particular chapter, we will discuss the effects of this blending, as we have done in the previous chapters for each respective subject. Section 2. Now, allow us to discuss this idea of metaphysics when viewed through the perspective of the fourth density reality that you are creating in your society at this time. All the ideas we have discussed, and the various levels through which these symbols channel themselves through the personality into physical reality, will all begin to become far more personalized. As we have said, everyone is channeling, in a sense. Therefore, this idea will embody the facilitation of a conscious recognition of the higher self and direct communication with that portion of the consciousness. You will find that the individuals upon your planet can begin, in a sense, to actually see themselves as the symbols they have previously held to be outside themselves to represent the abilities they were expressing. Now, this does not mean that you will become a deck of cards, a cup of tea leaves, no, but you will understand. You will identify completely with the reflection that the archetypal symbol represents, and in so identifying, you will become one with the energy that you used from your subconscious mass conscious level to form that symbol for yourself. In other words, you will see exactly how this particular symbol was chosen by yourself, what it reflects, why you chose it, and in this direct sensing, you can allow yourself to remove the need for that specific tool and simply function within a constantly knowing state that can always be in touch with its own reasons, its own extensions of thought, its own extensions of feeling, and its own shared beliefs within the overall mass consciousness as it is transforming. Thus you will find there will be an ability for metaphysics to become the physics of the land, in a sense. As we have already described, physicists will, on your planet, begin to discover that consciousness is a factor. They will begin, and have begun, to some extent to include consciousness into their equations, and the parallels between the now existent forms of metaphysics will begin to grow between that and physics as you understand it, until the two, in a sense, will become one idea. Now realize that this may be appalling to both physicists and metaphysicians upon your planet, to some degree, but this is only because of the judgments that they hold for each other. You can simply recognize that it is the same exploration. From polarized viewpoints, physics is becoming metaphysics. Metaphysics is becoming physics. Physicists are becoming metaphysicians by allowing themselves to recognize the active participation that consciousness, a non-tangible substance, plays in the physical world. Metaphysicians are becoming physicists by allowing themselves to recognize that what they have previously held to be sacrosanct, beyond the idea of what they judge to be mere physicality, is in fact blending into an ecstatic explosion of an enjoyment of physicality that recognizes that physical existence is also spirit. It is no less than non-physical existence, and the idea of applying reasoning is just as valid and just as livable as any ideas that would tend to obscure or hide the understanding of your own consciousness, as has been implied by the term that you have most often used to describe metaphysics, and that is occult, which means hidden. Therefore, both ideas are blending because they are allowing each other into each other's realm of experience. Both are recognizing that experience itself is the defining factor, and that all the ideas of proof from the physics side and non-ability of proof, or the necessity of occultism, from the metaphysical side are both extremes of viewpoints which have only been created from the judgment from one side to another. Physics is in harmony with the experiential self. Even the non-physical experiential self and metaphysics are in harmony with not only the non-physical but the physical self, and it can be understood that there really is no difference between the two, non-physical and physical reality, except as you have created the idea. Therefore, the final perspective, in a sense, though not ultimately final, but only from this particular exploration of this particular dichotomy in this particular sequence of life as you know it, will be to understand, physically and metaphysically, everything in your world as ideas, simply ideas, perspectives, points of view. Now, from that it will be then extrapolated that, since we have already, from the physics and metaphysical point of view, understood that space-time is an extension of the consciousness, of the perceptions, and therefore, in many ways, an illusion, except where you wish to apply it. You can now understand that all things, therefore, are simultaneous, and all space is here, present, here and now. Therefore, once you become aware that both physics and metaphysics simply are the creation of ideas, you can then see that the next step will be to recognize the self as an idea, and in this way, each individual will be able to function as their own physicist and metaphysician simultaneously, recognizing the validity of the non-physical and physical realms, the equality of the non-physical and physical realms, and therefore the ability to abide and live in both consciously, simultaneously, being both and neither at the same time. Now allow me to illuminate that this is one of the reasons why what you term to be your Western culture, when it encountered what you call your American Indian culture, could not find common ground to understand each other. Recognize that American Indian culture existed consciously, both in physical and non-physical reality, whereas Western culture, as you call it, had only assumed the physical reality to be real, and the rest to be simply flights of fancy or imagination, and not to be paid much attention to as having any possible way of having an effect upon your lives. This will have been, and still is, the idea of the dichotomy between those two cultures. And the reason why they met at the time that they did, in the timing that they created, that they co-created, was for the beginning of the blending that you are now beginning to explore within yourselves, and the merging of the two realities, physical and non-physical, and outer awareness and dream consciousness, through the link and the bridge we have defined as the imagination, so that your world can become a product of your own conviction, your own directiveness, your own self-empowerment, your own freedom of choice. These always exist regardless of what any physicists or metaphysicians may wish to tell you through self-ego gratification. There is no one way to do anything, there is no one path. If there were, there would only be one person. Recognize, there are as many paths as there are individuals. In fact, each individual is a path, and you will know that the idea of the need for specified physics and specified metaphysics will blend, simply, into the ongoing process of experience itself. Experience itself, the experiencing of the all that is, that each and every one of you individually and collectively are. I'd like to ask you a question about two psychological terms that we use to describe energy, called transference of energy and counter-transference of energy. How is the transference of energy happening within the channel as you, from your point of view, and what is the counter-transference of that energy as it affects the channel? Thank you. In a basic foundational sense, the answer to both of your questions is the same, and it is something which is still little understood in your society, and this is, however, something which you think you recognize as being with you all the time. And the one word that defines and describes the mechanism which gives rise to both the transference and counter-transference is what you call imagination. Understand that imagination is a dimension unto itself, and in that dimension it is the hyperspace, the all that is, the center point through which and in which any blendings, co-creations, transferences, exchanges, alterations take place. Therefore, within the dimension of imagination, I blend with the physical consciousness of the physical channel and form the third personality, which you are perceiving, which is the combination of my imagination consciousness and the channels. And in like manner, in the reciprocal movement, the consciousness of the physical channel goes into his own dimension of imagination in the same way mine goes into my own dimension of imagination. Therefore, it is always a constant flux, coming and going, the cause and the effect being the same event. There really is no separation. It is all one thing. There is always automatically polarity, even though you are experiencing a coming and a going. It is simply a merging and becoming the dimension of imagination itself, in which any seemingly perceptual exchanges can take place. Is this clarifying the idea to some degree for you? Yes. In the holographic model, for instance, when we start with the beam or the seed and split into the imagination, would the reference beam then be the imagination? In a sense. Understand that the interference pattern caused by the original beam of your higher consciousness and the reference beam of your physical personality, the interference pattern is actually the dimension which bridges the two, which links the two. This is why we have said that your imagination is the bridge and the link between your higher consciousness, or your dream self, and your physical consciousness, or your physical reality, your mentality. The interference pattern created by the original beam and the reference beam is the interaction of the two beams, and as we have always said, you are neither the original beam nor actually the reference beam, but the interaction of the two polarities. Thus, imagination and the dimension of imagination is actually what you are. Any transference and counter-transference is simply the activation and co-blending of both individuals involved in the process, both consciousnesses involved in the interaction becoming the interaction itself. Thus, where I come from, and where the physical channel's consciousness goes, is into the center of being the interaction itself. Now, we have defined it, many times, as an analogy, as if the physical consciousness of the channel becomes lost in a daydream. This is one physicalized analogy for being in the dimension of imagination, but simply recognize, all that is happening are the expressions of polarities from both consciousnesses being the interaction itself, being the dimensional reality, the universe of the interaction itself, being at the center, at the source together, and recognizing it. You follow me? Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Is there a place within the physical being that we can actually visually see, from where the imagination is presented? You may understand that it can, to some degree, be viewed as being the center point of a trinity, three-sided pyramidal structure, the base points of which are centered in the pineal gland, the pituitary gland, and what you call the base portion of the brain, at the junction of the spinal cord and the physical brain. Now, though this may not geometrically describe what you call a three-sided pyramid, in an energy sense it will. And you can simply recognize that the center point will be the black hole, in a sense the doorway, the gateway, the white hole, in a sense both black and white hole, in and out, transference point, in the center the corpus callosum between the two hemispheres. You will come to recognize, there is a small group of cells in the center of the brain, touching either side of the corpus callosum, which will be responsible for the regulation or the translation of the black-white hole energy into your physical brain. And from these two core seeds the brain will grow. You follow? Yes, so is part of the countertransference of that energy happening through that center or corpus callosum in the brain. All of it. All of the transference of energy also. All of it. Now, you may perceive that there are black and white holes in the center of every cell in your body as well, and it may seem to be an infusion coming from everywhere, and nowhere in particular, but as you define the idea of your physical brain representing the controlling network of your mentality, which represents the projection of your consciousness into physicality, you can simply recognize the primary black-white hole in the center of your brain to be where all of the transference and countertransference is being created. Would there be any way that that countertransference and transference could be negative? Yes. How? Simply as it is created, it will always still, because you are physical beings, have to proceed through the prism of the artificial personality construct, and the beliefs within that personality construct may filter some of those ideas, either in a positive or a negative way. The initial point of transference is neither, or both, positive and negative, but the feedback can set up, to some degree, a resonance, a positive or negative harmonic resonance can be set up by reflecting through the prism where the beliefs, emotions, and thoughts then become connected to the occurrence that is happening with the transference. You follow me? Yes. So in order for there to be positive transference and countertransference, there must be allowance in the personality of the medium or the being who is. Yes, allowance and trust. This is the opening of the clarifying of the personality prism, which allows there to be positive harmony and expression between the physical personality and the initial transference point, the higher consciousness. A blending. So, there's no way that that energy system could bypass the personality construct of the medium? There can be varying degrees of what seems to be a bypass, but some portion of the original consciousness must always be there, except in the case of what you call a complete and total walk-in. You follow me? Yes, and then it would no longer be channeling. It would be an exchange of energy. Yes. Is there something that you would suggest for those mediums who are integrating their personality construct so as not to filter the information as much and to have more of a positive transference and countertransference? Simply, first of all, that they are offering their channeling out of service, out of unconditional love, not needing to take anyone's power away, not needing to make or force anyone to do anything but allowing them their free will, and in so trusting their higher consciousness, allowing whatever will come through to be a part of the unfoldment, no matter whether their physicalized personality thinks it likes it or not. You follow me? Yes, I do. Thank you. We will thank each and every one of you, once again, for the sharing you have been willing to create with us. We will, until next week of your time, as you count time, bid you a fond good evening. Chapter 5. Reincarnation Past, Present, Future. Now, allow us to continue the work by discussing the subject which many upon your planet have thought about for quite some time, the idea you call reincarnation past, present, and future lives. Now, recognize that we are dealing with this particular subject aside from the chapter in which we discussed your idea of religion. Even though some of what you call your religions upon your planet profess a belief in reincarnation, it will be something which is still, in a sense, outside the belief structure which usually goes into creating any particular belief religious system. Understand that the idea of reincarnation is not subject to the personality construct beliefs. It is something which exists, in your terms before, outside of physical reality. It can simply be said that you will and have reincarnated many times, whether you believe in the idea in your physical life or not. It is something which is a property and a knowingness of your higher, non-physical consciousness, and is a part of its awareness of the way the system of physical reality has been structured with regard to the non-physical system. Now, however, allow me to point out that the idea of reincarnation as you view it from your physical time track will take on a linear approach. Even the very word that you use in your language to describe it will exemplify and reflect that linear approach reincarnation, suggesting that you have been incarnate before, and are incarnate now, and can become incarnate again. You may therefore recognize that from the non-physical point of view, where time is not so much a consideration, the past, the present, and the future will all be the same cognition. Every life that you have had, are having, or will have, will be seen in a simultaneous occurrence. Your lives overlap, if you will, in much the same manner as you by analogy may understand what you call your reel of film. Even though you have separate frames, each frame separated from every other frame, and not able to relate to either the previous frame nor the frame coming up yet, from your point of view, you know that the entire film exists all at once, regardless of the succession of frames which have no cognizance of all the other frames but their own. As the light of what you call your projector sinks through any particular frame at any given moment, you can, by analogy, call this light your higher consciousness. It chooses to focus through any particular frame at any given moment, and in this way you can call each individual life a frame of the entire film of all your lives. The higher consciousness recognizes the entire film to exist at once, while in physical reality you are your own frame, not aware, per se, of a direct interaction with the previous frame, nor the frame coming up. Now you can, therefore, recognize that you create the idea of past, present, and future lives. You have, as an oversoul, many past lives, sometimes many future lives. Although at this time of transition, of transformation, the future lives on your planet are becoming fewer, because you are needing them less. You are needing to incarnate less. However, from any particular viewpoint within the overall reincarnational cycle, you can say you have had the opportunity of having many future lives. You also have present lives, plural. Recognize that in any particular time frame you have many lives, what are called in your vernacular counterparts, auxiliary fragments of the whole oversoul, simply existing within the same time frame. Therefore, in any life you actually have many lives going on simultaneously, in addition to all the other past and future lives. You have alternate dimensional parallel experiences of lives which can occupy different time tracks simultaneously as well. Recognize, therefore, what it truly means, even in physical reality, to be a multidimensional being. You occupy many different time tracks and lives. Now, the idea of forming one life or another, or many lives, or a succession of lives, as you view it, involves the idea you have called karma. Understand that the religions upon your planet, which view the idea of reincarnation as being a reality, usually differ from the fundamental idea that your higher consciousness recognizes reincarnation to be, by assuming that the lives are linear, and they really are simultaneous. Everything exists at once. Also, usually those religions view the idea of the need for each physical life, the karma, which creates the series of physical lives, to be something which is ordained from some higher authority outside yourselves. Now, from the point of view of where you choose to have a physical life, there is no outside, and in a sense there is no higher authority. Karma is completely self-imposed, and it is not a matter of judgment, but only a matter of choice, the idea that your oversoul recognizes the type of path it has created for itself in order to experience the growth and balance of itself in physical reality. And it chooses what experiences it requires to fulfill that idea, that path. Therefore, karma is not an imposition, a judgment upon the physical personality, but simply it is the choices of the oversoul so that the physical personality will fulfill the ideas of balance in which the oversoul can then view itself as being more connected to all that is. In this way, you give yourselves, upon your planet, the opportunity to exercise predetermination and free choice simultaneously. Understand that, up to a point, you have free choice in terms of your physical personality. What to you seems to be predetermination will simply be the exercising of the free choice of the Oversoul, which to the physical personality seems like God, and therefore seems to be a predetermination of the types of overall experiences you will encounter in your life. That you will go through the overall general experiences is determined by the Oversoul. And thus, to the physical personality, it seems to be something having to do with predestination, though it is the exercising, simply, of the free will of the Oversoul that creates these events you will experience as a personality. The freedom of choice of the physical personality comes into play when you recognize that, although you will experience the events the Oversoul chose the physical personality to experience, how you experience those things will be an exercise of the free will of the physical personality. In other words, if the Oversoul determines that for its purpose of growth you will walk down a hallway, then walk down that hallway you will. However, how you walk down it, how much time it takes, or how little time it takes, whether you walk on the walls, the floor, the ceiling, fly, float, crawl backwards, positively or negatively, will be up to the freedom of choice of the physicalized personality. But walk through the hallway you will. Now there is, in your terminology, to put it very simply, only one way you can, at least temporarily, avoid this contract with your higher self, and that is the terminology you call suicide. However, once you are out of the body, you recognize that you have not met the contract that you ordained for yourself. And you will find that suicides will return into a physical life that carries with it all sorts of similar occurrences that allowed them to choose the idea of suicide to begin with. In other words, they will live the same ordeals or problems, to some extent over again in this way, until they accept that everything in life does serve a positive purpose for the growth of the Oversoul, and they stop seeking to avoid or run away from those ideas the Oversoul has chosen for the physical personality to experience. Thus you will also find that, to some extent, the idea of suicide will be a violation of the contract with the higher self, a violation, in a sense, of the contract with all the other individuals in physical reality, so that an aspect of your energy may, in attempting to fulfill the contract, create what you call a ghost projection to interact with the individuals still alive, so that at least, as best as can be, their side of the contract remains fulfilled. Though it may seem to be many years that the haunting, so to speak, will hang around, that the energy of the being in that form will hang around, understand that this perception of the great deal of time spent will only be a perception to the third-dimensional physical reality. There can be some sensation of it taking some time to the fourth-dimensional personality aspect, but understand that more often than not, to the fourth-dimensional personality aspect that is no longer physical, it will not really take very much time at all. It will not really seem to it that it is hanging around for much time, and what to it may seem to be, I'll say, maybe a week, could seem, on the physical plane, to be a ghost hanging around for 20, 30, 40, 100 years or more. It is simply the way that third density perceives the time track, and the way that fourth density perceives the time track. It is not altogether impossible that an individual could, in a sense, have already reincarnated, even though their ghost is hanging around from the past life. This will be rare, but you will understand that this will simply illustrate the difference in time tracks. Therefore, recognize that when you begin to blend within the integration of yourself, you will know that everything serves a purpose. And you will recognize that only because you have created the idea of the entire 25,000-year cycle of separation from the all that is that you are, have you determined that the idea of karma is something that judges you. And so you keep yourself in the cycle, over and over again, thinking that you need to, I'll say, clean up your act in some manner. And in a sense you do, but not in a judgmental sense. You have only but to realize that your karma is completely self-chosen, and that you can always know that you have the opportunity to allow yourself to expand, to grow in whatever methodology you wish, whether you physically reincarnate or not. From the Oversoul point of view, all your lives are going on at the same time anyway, so it is only a matter of which lives you focus your consciousness into. Now recognize that because of all the separation you have been doing, your religions, many of them, have been arguing about the idea of the afterlife for quite some time. What happens? What does not happen? What do you believe? What do you not believe? Recognize, however, that in almost every idea of religion there is some aspect of the idea you call reincarnation. You are all recognizing the basic fundamental, foundational truth of the idea that this is a process that does occur. Even some of the religions, such as what you call Christianity, which you do not think recognizes reincarnation, does. And although there exist some phrases in what you call your biblical literature which do point that out, many of them have become misinterpreted, or garbled, or lost over time, or not included. Simply understand that many phrases which do refer to reincarnation have become so garbled they are no longer recognizable as that kind of reference. One of these phrases will be, in your literature, the idea that you say, "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord," this is your quote. All this actually means is that the higher consciousness, the Lord, recognizes that it is within the non-physical higher consciousness that all of the determinations of the circumstances of the lives to be chosen will be, I'll say, set up. The idea you call vengeance is not so much that idea of judgment, but again, simply the determinations of what is required for balance. Only through your separated, physical, limited viewpoint do. Or have you viewed the idea of the oversoul determining what you will experience in life to be a form of vengeance? You have, in your past, recognized the idea of spiritual balancing to be some sort of vendetta, because you feel that someone is getting their just rewards if something negative happens to them when they perpetuated something negative in a previous life. Therefore, simply recognize that the term, "Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord," is only determination of balance in any particular life, is determined in the higher consciousness. This is the rephrasing of that statement from a metaphysical, balanced, integrated point of view. Therefore, recognize that as you reinterpret many of the, I'll say, mysteries that you have seeded in your cycles of separation, you will come to recognize that many of them do refer to basic and fundamental points of view that have to do with functions of the higher consciousness as it relates to the physical reality. And as you integrate the physical reality with the non-physical reality, much of what you have previously recognized to be your literature will lose much of its verbatim attitude, and there will be no need to recognize many of these separated points of view any longer. Now, the idea of karma also, in a sense, will lessen. As you begin to integrate in your incarnations, you will recognize that you do not necessarily require to reincarnate in this particular earth cycle any longer, and so the idea of karma per se, as you have seen it, will tend to dissipate. You will either remain non-physical and continue your growth, or you may go to other systems of reality and reincarnate there. Other civilizations, such as our own and many others, have received and do receive beings from your civilization, and other civilizations have lent beings, or exchanged beings to your civilization in your past, your present, and to some degree, in your future. This will also be the case. There is much in the way of blending from civilization to civilization, density level to density level, in terms of the idea of reincarnation upon your planet. And although you do have a specific group, gang, mass consciousness that has chosen to reincarnate together again, and again, and again, and again, there are always new members coming in and old members going out, and a great deal of fluctuation within the overall membership of the club, so to speak. In this way, you can also recognize that, as we have said, no one is really, in your terms, original to this planet you call Earth to begin with anyway. Therefore, simply know that all these ideas are understood in the non-physical reality, and you have, from that point of view, many, really an infinite number of options about the entire idea of exactly how, when, where, and why you will choose to experience any particular density of physicality or non-physicality that you will project yourself into, as it will all begin to appear to be simply another way to recognize yourself and realize yourself as one of the facets, or several of the facets, or all of the facets of all that is. Now, addressing the idea of some of what you call your past lives, recognize that there have been many civilizations upon your planet, some of which you do not historically recognize, some of which you do. And all of you have, in some way, shape, or form, experienced almost every single one of them, and almost every single kind of experience in every single one of them that you can. For the idea of exploring yourself in that way creates a multitudinous variety of options. And you will have chosen to experience almost every viewpoint in the gathering together of yourself, to have the opportunity to experience yourself from any viewpoint that you can. Understand also that groups of individuals in your physical life which you feel you are, in your terms, emotionally closest to, or most often interacting with, you have interacted with before, perhaps many times. There are group reincarnational families, so to speak, mental families, psychic families, individuals that share opportunities to reflect to each other different, I'll say, roles in different lives to themselves from a different point of view, and to take turns being all the different things they can be. Each and every one of you have been male and female many different times, and have been of every race upon your planet, and have been of every situation and condition and attitude, positive and negative, upon your planet. You can also recognize that in allowing yourselves to have tasted of all opportunities and experiences, you have now given yourself the opportunity to be able to integrate all these experiences within you. And in recognizing that all these ideas are simultaneous, then, when you wish to get in touch with past lives, you do not have to feel that you have to reach into some dim, far away, dark past or some complexly distant, infinitely stretched out future in order to perceive those realities of yourself. Because there really is no time. Because everything is simultaneous, and you are everything, you are all that is, you are the entire universe, then all these lives are contained within you. You are yourself, a multifaceted crystal, and each facet is a life, an experience, and an aspect. And that is why you can tap into any of these lives as easily as going through your imagination and trusting in your feelings and your emotionality, and allowing all the images to be valid for you. Because you can simply realize it is not a matter of actually going anywhere to perceive these lives, but only shifting your focus, changing your perspective, looking out of another facet of yourself in exactly the same place and exactly the same time frame, so to speak, in which you exist now. It is only a matter of seeing yourself through different eyes, the eyes you had or will have in the idea of yourself as another life. That is all other lives are. You are creating your past and your future from the present, because the present is always, for every life, the only time in which you ever exist. Section 2. Now, your society has also, in your religious forms, encountered or created within its belief structure of reincarnation many ideas. Now recognize that distinction, not that it is a belief in reincarnation which allows reincarnation to exist, but a belief about what reincarnation is. Because reincarnation does exist, regardless of the belief structure of the physical personality. One of these ideas has allowed many of your religions to view the idea of reincarnation as including the ability for you, so to speak, to be human in one life, an animal in another life, perhaps to be a plant, another life, perhaps a rock. Recognize this does not occur as you think it does. Now, there is a type of evolution, to use your term loosely, of consciousness in an overall sense, that can and does transfer from density to density, idea to idea, across from one concept of consciousness, be it animal, vegetable, mineral, to other levels of ideas of consciousness. There are gradations and graduations in an evolutionary sense of types of consciousness, because, intrinsically, all consciousness is homogeneous and can actually become anything. But as you create what you call a reincarnational cycle, then understand that a reincarnational cycle is a product of the time frame, and because everything is simultaneous, what you recognize yourself to be now is what you always are, because the present is all there is. Human is human. Animal is animal is animal is animal. Cat is always cat. Dog is always dog. Plant is always plant. Mineral always mineral, and many times stays in that specific family. And this will agree with some of the ideas you call your science of recognizing simply the transmutation of elements requiring to stay in their own category of atomic structure. Recognize that while there have been transferences of one type of consciousness, this is something which is quite different and quite outside the reincarnational experience, in your terms. For the idea of the reincarnational experiences are distinct and separate cycles which serve specific purposes. And that is why the Oversoul creates all the different personality fragments to explore those distinct cycles. Thus, every personality fragment in any particular cycle is always going to be of the same nature, otherwise there is no point. Understand, therefore, that you are a collection of experiences across the boundaries of one type of consciousness to another, but in your society you have not understood all the ideas of evolution. And it is only loosely that we use this term when speaking of the transference of one type of consciousness to another. Now, therefore, also recognize that in terms of karmic beings only two types exist upon your planet, what you call humaniform, and what you call cetacean or dolphin and whale. These are both reincarnational species with a purpose, so to speak, whereas all other reincarnations, such as animal, plant, and mineral consciousness, do not give themselves the idea of the karmic analyzation or karmic purpose, but simply function from a total knowing consciousness, and reincarnate to be of service, and act as reflections and guides for the karmic reincarnational cycle that you find the cetaceans and humaniforms to be upon your planet. Therefore, many times you will find that while you may have had a cat pet in one life, you may, in an overall sense, have the same cat energy pet in another life. Because it will tag along, reincarnationally speaking, with the original energy humaniform, karmic energy to which it has attached itself, to continue to serve the purposes and serve as guides and reflections, and share with that original idea because it is a part of the purpose. Not that it does not have its own distinct consciousness, simply that its consciousness is a product of total knowingness rather than the idea you call the specifics or needs of thought or self-ego identity. Although an animal has the potential to recognize itself as a distinct individual, it will mostly do this only out of its connection to you humaniform beings, because you create yourselves to be distinct individuals. And they will reflect to you many of the personality traits that your distinct individuality creates. This is why many of you have noticed such similarities between your animal pets and the humans that purportedly own them. Also recognize, however, that an animal consciousness will actually, first and foremost, not see itself so much as an individual in its reincarnational experiences, but as the relationship of itself to all those with whom it is involved. It sees itself, in its knowing consciousness, as a series of interactions, as a relationship. This is something that you as a humaniform being are beginning to also experience. When you remove the need for such separation on all levels of your consciousness, you can begin to see yourself as the series of interactions and relationships that you create. You become homogeneous in that way, homogeneously acting in that way. And while you do retain your identity, as we have said, in actual fact, with the strengthening of your identity, you attain the uniformity of your civilization as a mass consciousness. Contrary to what you may typically believe as a society, the unification of all thought actually strengthens what you are as an individual. It does not deplete your individuality nor diffuse it. It strengthens it. You retain your identity and become more, through the format of the identity you are somewhat familiar with. Every addition appears to be a building upon the identity you are already familiar with, not a loss of the original identity. You, while retaining this identity, however, can function within the knowingness of yourself as a series of interactions. And when you wish to, you can apply this viewpoint of yourself to being able, through your imagination, to tap into all the other lives you have been. You can simply recognize all the ideas of other lives to simply be other ways of viewing yourself in relationship to all the interactions you are of an idea, expressing it self in terms of physical reality, which is defined by time and space, experience, and the expression of that which you call polarity. Therefore, also recognize that because you are creating the past and the future from the present, because the present is the only time in which you exist, it is not so much the idea that your past and future lives control what you are doing in the present, even though you may sense connections and utilize symbology from past or future lives to represent some of the ideas you are exploring in the present. This does not mean that you are a slave to your past. Only because you have supposed that karma is a judgment upon you, have you deemed that you are a slave to past actions. Understand that you are simply balancing and making connections and creating those connections from the present. As you choose to view any particular portion of your personality that you wish to integrate, you will always form connections in the present to any particular past lives which have manifested similar ideas, so that you can pull together the totality of yourself that has experienced that symbol you are now exploring. However, because you are looking at it in a linear time track, you usually assume that the past life somehow controls the present life, and that what you have in the present is a direct result of what happened in the past. Now, in a linear sense, this is true, but from a simultaneous sense, the cause and the effect are going on at the same time. You are one event, the present life. The present experience and the past life that contained a similar experience are the same event being experienced by the multifaceted you in different ways at the same time. If you understand this, you can begin to understand yourself as a cumulative effect, an overall, oversoul idea, an over-consciousness expression. in the same manner that you have a hand with fingers, even though your fingers are separated. They exist simultaneously, and all connect back to the central hand, which recognizes that all the different ideas of being a different type of finger are being experienced simultaneously as you are exploring that idea. In the same manner, all your lives are fingers of the Oversoul hand. And when you make connections to any particular event going on from a past life, it is simply that you are exploring those ideas in the present and pulling together all the experiences that you had, have, or will have regarding that particular event that your Oversoul has now ordained that your physicalized personalities will now begin to explore. Therefore, simply recognize this: you are, in the present, a multidimensional being. You fill your universe and all the ideas of past dimensions, present dimensions, alternate dimensions, future dimensions, and any other type of physical or non-physical reality simultaneously. You are one being, even in the diversity that you are. And by allowing yourself now, in your integration, to function as the collective you, your life presently, and all your lives across the time track will begin to experience themselves collectively. And you will not only be changing your present, because you are changing yourself, but you will be changing the past and changing the future simultaneously, so as to accelerate yourself into fourth density, which recognizes the past, the present, and the future to be the same event, but not only the same event, not an event separate from any part of you, but an event that you are. You are the event of your life. You are the event of all your lives. All right here, and all right now. We will thank you for the sharing of the totality of yourself in attracting to yourself the vibrations we are sharing. Bashar once said that our future selves are assisting us in the transformation. Will you elaborate on this idea? Simply that when you create from the present the idea of a future self, and I'll say, in tandem with the idea that the future self already exists, then the definition that you are creating of that future self, the situation that you are placing that future self within, means that this idea you call future self is the version of you that knows already all of the ideas you think that you do not know in what you consider to be your present state of awareness. Therefore, the idea of the future self is that portion of your consciousness which already knows that it knows everything the present you does not think it knows. And because it knows all you need to know to get where you are going, because the future self has already been there, it can, coupled with its ability to recognize through its own memory, communicate back to the past self and tell you where you are headed. And therefore, communication from the future self, when you allow yourself to align with the future self in the present, will illustrate and illuminate very clearly the path that you need to be on to get where the future self has already arrived. You follow me? Yes, thank you. If all of us have lived many lifetimes as many different personality constructs, then why is humanity not further advanced? Simply recognize what you call humanity is very advanced. It is as advanced as it needs to be within the idea that it has been utilizing all the lives to explore. In other words, through these last 25,000 of your years, you have chosen to explore the idea of limitation. Now, one of the ideas that goes along with the exploration of the idea of limitation and separation of yourself from the all that is that you are, is that you do not seem to advance, so to speak, very quickly. Recognize, however, that with regard to the exploration of said limitation, said separation, you are very, very advanced in that particular study. Therefore, recognize that you are advanced now to the point where you have gone through just about every situation that you require to go through with regard to exploring separation. And now you are going to begin to create the idea of exploration of integration, which will not take as much time, because when you are exploring integration, then the idea of advancement is, within that definition, an accelerated process, and you will recognize your advancement within positivism more quickly than you will the advancement within negativism, even though in your exploration of negativism, you are a very advanced race. Thank you. What value has the rebirth idea if past experiences are forgotten and consequently inaccessible? Now, understand that they are only forgotten in terms of the present personality construct. But the present personality construct is a result of all you are, which means past and future in any present life. It is a conglomeration of all the different ideas that you have explored and are exploring and will explore in any life, and it is not forgotten in the basic fundamental, foundational sense. Your actions in this life are a product of the purposes you wish to explore in this life. But always there is, within any particular life, secondary characteristics, so to speak, which are a result of connections to all of the other lives. It is forgotten in one sense, so that you can focus or concentrate on the specific purposes, but all of the abilities that you have in any present life, that you use to concentrate on those specific purposes, are the result of all of the abilities that you have ever had in an overall sense. No matter how subtle some of them may be, they are still all there, and you can rely upon them in ways that you need to as per the definition of what it is you are exploring in any particular life. The reason for the forgetting is so that you can focus more highly on a specific viewpoint to the exclusion of the other viewpoints, because, once again, this is the idea of the exploration of separation, and therefore this will create, by definition, divisions in each and every life, and between each and every life, so that separation, and the idea to create it, is more complete. Will you explain the concept that the thought patterns that we project into the spirit world are what we will experience when we arrive there after death? Now, it is not that you are projecting them into the spirit world so much, but that you still vibrate at a certain idea when you leave the physical body. You are identifying with a certain vibration that represents a certain idea or a certain reality. You can maintain that identification to some degree when you pass from physicality to non-physicality. So what you have always assumed you may experience, for you then becomes a reality, because you are then a thought form in a world of thought forms. For anything that you think, so to speak, is a real thing to you, a real experience. Now, understand that it is very much more malleable, however, in that level of existence, in the non-physical level. When you create a reality out of the product of what you believe that reality will be, you will find that, while that reality may create itself, any discrepancy in terms of your ability to relate to it will allow there to be a cessation or fluctuation in that reality, because it is only reacting instantaneously to how you perceive yourself. And if you change the idea of yourself, then your reality will instantaneously change in the non-physical reality, giving you the opportunity to recognize that what you thought was a solid representation of the only reality that existed after physical death now becomes something very malleable, very nebulous, and that you can soon learn you can change that reality to anything you imagine. Then recognize that, therefore, all realities are a product of the dimension of your imagination. It is only more obviously so when you are non-physical. What does the phrase, "you can only go beyond something by going through it," mean? In the way that we have described before, that is simply the willingness to live what you create for yourself, to live through an experience and not reject it. By rejecting it, you are always pushing yourself backwards, so to speak. By living through it, by allowing yourself to absorb and experience fully everything you create for yourself, you can then create the idea of forward momentum and get on to the next step. So if someone commits suicide and has not actually gone through it, they don't get beyond it, they have to come back. They understand that what they chose to experience was not experienced, and they will choose to experience it, so therefore they would reincarnate into a situation which is very similar to the situation that they rejected before, so as to give themselves the opportunity to recognize that the way they can get through it to the next level is by living it. From one point of view, the more we concentrate our energy, the faster it oscillates, and the more of the all that is that we express. How do we concentrate our energies to facilitate this acceleration? Allowance is all that is necessary. The more of your life you allow yourself to live, the more energy will be there, because the more life you allow yourself to live, the more of you that you accept into your life. This will increase your acceleration and your momentum automatically. Is it true that we cannot go beyond the earth plane until we accept and demonstrate that acceptance of the idea that we create the events in our lives? There are variations to this idea, but recognize simply that in a sense, it could be said that you will, like the idea of rejecting suicide, reject the idea of going somewhere else until you allow yourself to complete what you have chosen this particular reality for yourself to experience. Therefore, in a sense, yes, you will not proceed until you allow yourself the realization that represents your ability to proceed to something else. However, this is not to say that this realization cannot come at any time, and that a choice cannot be made in the non-physical state to incorporate that realization within you, no matter what, with few exceptions, the last physical life was all about. Do you follow me? Yes, thank you. What does our Bible say about reincarnation? There are a few passages that remain in your Bible literature that refer to the idea of reincarnation, but many of them have been removed during times when the idea of reincarnation was not considered popular enough to gain converts. Therefore, some of that material no longer physically exists. Much of the material, with regard to reincarnation, that exists within the main body of the work that could have been incorporated into your biblical literature was never incorporated to begin with. So the majority of information that refers to reincarnation that was spoken about by many individuals that are referred to in the biblical literature, including the Christ consciousness as well, much of that information was never included to begin with. However, there are a few references that are distorted in ways or misinterpreted in ways to mean something else, but are reincarnational references. Recognize that Jesus referred directly to the idea of the being that is known as John the Baptist as an incarnation of Elijah. For it was, in your terms, prophesied that before there was to be the Christ, there would be the return of Elijah, and because individuals recognized the Christhood within Jesus, but did not see the whereabouts of the return of Elijah, they inquired of Jesus as to where Elijah was, and he told them, very plainly, that it was the spirit of John the Baptist. This was a direct reincarnational reference. There are a few others, if you care to seek them out. When we finally discover some of the lost literature that was meant to go into the Bible, will there be other passages, many passages about reincarnation? There will be a few. Recognize, more often than not, it will not be so much that the Bible that you know will be restructured in a very drastic way, but that this information will be, in your terms, published in other forms. Also, there are individuals upon your planet that are already now involved in considering the restructuring of your Bible to include information that they have discovered that was not originally included. Some of this will contain reincarnational references. Thank you very much. Light and love to you all in this endeavor, which allows each and every one of you to integrate all the facets of yourselves together and make a difference in the entire structure of the consciousness of your planet. As you change yourselves, your planet changes. We rejoice in the sharing of this change with you. We will bid you all exciting dream lives. We will bid you all good night. Chapter 6. Extraterrestrial Consciousness. Now, allow us to address the next idea that which you have labeled upon your planet, extraterrestrials. First of all, realize that while you are infinite and eternal and intrinsically, basically foundationally, fundamentally, non-physical in your terms of time frame, the Earth, physical Earth, has not. Thus you, in a sense, have come to Earth from elsewhere, so to speak, and therefore you yourselves are originally extraterrestrial in origin. There is, therefore, no one who is really native to your own world. If you go back in time far enough, you will find that many of you have had many different lives on many different civilizations, both physically and in other dimensionalities. However, for the most part, we will address the idea that, as you now consider yourselves through your creation of the reincarnational cycle to be natives of your Earth, we will then consider the idea extraterrestrial to simply mean all those consciousnesses which, at this time, do not physiologically originate upon your planet through birth. Recognize, of course, that we cannot, at this time, through this type of communication, prove to you that we are who and what we say we are. However, this is not the point of the material. Simply recognize that there are individuals who have allowed themselves to create the type of reality which attracts them to the knowingness that there are other civilizations, and that there is communication between your civilization and other civilizations. To those individuals, simply we will be illuminating some of the ideas for why those interactions have taken place. And to the individuals upon your planet at this time who do not feel that such communication is taking place, once again, recognize we are not creating this communication for the purpose of changing anyone's mind. Each individual has his or her own path, much in the same way as we spoke of reincarnation. Regardless of your beliefs about life while you are physically alive, you will, upon becoming non-physical, discover that the idea of reincarnation and potential incarnation in other civilizations exists as a basic fundamental to the idea of the communication that goes on between non-physicality and physicality. And, in much the same way, your civilization will very shortly, in terms of your time, also come to realize that your civilization has been in contact with other civilizations for quite some time. And you can begin to recognize that it begins in the form you are now perceiving it, through the idea you are calling mental communication, because many of your individuals do not, at this time, wish there to be face-to-face communication, do not wish to recognize this idea. For there are many, many events which you are creating to take place upon your planet, which have yet to come to fruition, as you say. Before you will allow yourselves the opportunity to experience the equality, because equality is necessary before communication can take place within your civilization and within each and every one of your beings, that will then be a directive to us to be able to interact physiologically with you. Recognize that there are many civilizations, at this time, that are connected in the activity of interaction or observation of your society, because primarily, as we have spoken, this is the transformational life, the transformational era of your planet, from third to fourth density. You are making a transition in consciousness, which allows for many to partake in the blending of their consciousness with your own, as you create for yourselves all the different densities and vibrational harmonies and resonances that you seek to create to identify yourselves with. And thus you will find that many other civilizations have already attained some of these ideas, and therefore you will be attracting them to you, as all vibration will attract unto itself similar vibration. Therefore, as you expand your idea of yourself as a complete and total civilization, you have begun to recognize that other civilizations could possibly exist. Now, many of your people upon your planet at this time do believe that it is possible that other civilizations do exist. Your primary difficulty at this time is imagining that these other civilizations would be able to cross what you perceive to be such remote and vast distances of space and time to be able to visit you. You either believe this will be such a drastic undertaking that you would deem that other civilizations would not consider it worthwhile, or you would imagine that if it is such a drastic and vast undertaking that if they were to make the trip, they would not keep themselves or ourselves hidden. Now recognize, this is your planet. We are non-interfering, and it is up to you to determine the timing and the time frame in which we can openly interact with you. For you have many things to experience before you will allow yourselves to feel comfortable with the interaction of civilizations that have come to terms with themselves as an entire total consciousness, a fully integrated society. One that does not hide aspects of its consciousness from itself. One that faces all aspects of itself. One that does not function with the idea of outer aware consciousness, unconsciousness, and subconsciousness, but is simply one consciousness. However, also recognize that many times the previously supposed impossible is quite highly likely and probable. And recognize that you will and are researching exactly the idea of how to travel from star to star without allowing yourselves to create much intervening time in the process of getting from one place to another. Now recognize your scientists believe that no one can exceed what they consider to be the speed limit, and, in a very real sense, this is true. However, the idea is only a definition of a defining border for what we call third density. We and other civilizations, when performing the idea that you would call traveling, are not really traveling at all from star to star. But as we have discussed many times with some of your individuals, the idea is not so much that we travel in space, but that we travel as space, or really we become space, and thus do not need to travel at all. To us, the idea of space is not something of volume in which an object resides, but it is a locational property of the object itself. Thus, if you change the locational property of an object, you change the object's position in the holographic universe. Holographic being that every object has equal potential to exist at every point in the universe. And simply you can recreate the idea of any object, spacecraft, or individual through whatever framework of mentality or consciousness you are willing to create for yourself, and simply find the idea that you have been calling the realm of hyperspace to be quite real. Hyperspace is simply the center of consciousness, the source of all that is. And when you are in hyperspace, it is not so much that you go anywhere, it is that space comes to you. It is surrounding you, in a sense an obvious projection from the center of yourself, as the creator of all that is. You have but then to simply pick and choose what vibration to lock yourself into. And when you form an identification with that vibration in the spacecraft, when you reinsert your craft into third density physical materiality, it will then, by definition, take up residence at the vibration unto which you have locked it. thus seeming to have traversed great distances in very little time, but actually having traveled nowhere at all, but simply relocated the idea of who and what you are. The field that is created around the craft has the property of unlocking the craft from the third density reality so it can partake of the fourth density or hyperspace reality, and thus, then find itself relocking into the third density reality. This field is generated in many ways, and this will be something which we can go into at a later time. Simply allow me to illuminate, to some degree, that the field is a product of the stepping up of the energy of light itself, and the creation of a planar field through rotational mass. This planar field energy will then create 90° perpendicular forces to itself, which, when manipulated by certain other types of rotational masses, will create an actual bubble or spherical projection of the field, which will then 90° to the planar rotation allow for the effects of the unlocking of the gravitational field from the craft. In all reality, it is more that the craft itself creates its own gravitational field, rather than actually nullifying anything that is around it. But it is a transverse effect. The gravitic dynamic tensor field alternates off-on, in a sense, altering through a filtering system, and becomes recalibrated and redefined and reformed into another type of gravitic dynamic tensor field, which then functions within and surrounding the craft to allow the craft to function as its own planet in a sense, carrying with it its own idea of its own time frame, its own inertia, its own gravity, and all the ideas of its existence and location relative to space. In this way, the craft becomes isolated from all time-space. And as your scientists already know, if you were to deem yourself to be the only object in the universe, you would recognize that you would have no relative idea of where you were, how fast you were going, because it takes a relative measurement to be able to determine just that. And in the universe, there is not so much the idea of motion as an actual thing, but only as a relative thing. We have simply redefined the idea of relative position and allowed ourselves the opportunity to experience that redefinition by going to the center of the self and thus being able to give ourselves whatever definition we wish, which allows us to be whenever and wherever we wish, at any time and place. Now, there are various civilizations at this time which have contact with you and have made some limited face-to-face contact in this present day and age, as you call it, although in your past there has been a great deal of contact, and there was, to some degree, as you have already been told many times by many different sources of information, some intermingling. Now recognize, however, this does not mean that you are anyone's experiment and you are not in anyone's prison. In this way, you can understand that you have the key to unlock yourselves and emerge from this idea of your planet and expand into space in much the same way that many other civilizations have done. This allows you to know that you hold the key to your own jail if you choose to look at it as a jail. You can know that as you swing wide the doors, you will recognize there are specific connections in your consciousness that are being made to many other civilizations. Primarily among them is the civilization that you know to be Pleiadian, for they are, in a sense, ancestors of yours, and you have lineage with them on many different levels. Thus they are assisting you. You are also of the same vibrational symbolic pattern, that being the numeral 5. There are then assistances coming from them. We are assisting them by allowing for the experience of the integration of the male, female, and the positive negative energies within your civilization and all who come into contact with us through these channelings. This will assist the Pleiadians in furthering their ability to have communication with your beings upon your planet. Every civilization is forming and performing a different function with you to aid and assist for the total integration of your awareness in the contacts with other civilizations on all levels. There is reticulum, also involved to some degree. You have found that some of them have interacted with you many times physiologically. They are, in your terms, relatively new to the exploration of your planet. But in this way, they have co-agreed to create the idea of observing the manifestation of your transformation as you are creating it, and they do assist on some level as well. The Sirius civilization also is involved, mostly mentally. This civilization will explore the universe mostly mentally from the higher density levels, although they do have third density counterparts, some of which have interacted physiologically upon your planet from time to time in times past. Interaction is taking place not so much at this time as there will be in the future. Because of the fact that there is less physiological activity upon the surface of your planet at this time, it allows there to be the mental changes which are required for you to create the conditions where civilizations from off your planet can, once again, intermingle freely with you. You may recognize there are also other density consciousnesses in touch with your planet, some from your own past, some from your own future. Some of what you have termed your UFOs are from your own future. In this way, you can know that there have been, also, past civilizations which have achieved the idea you call space flight in much the same way that we have, and from time to time they also, as you say, take a peek upon the idea of what the civilization upon the planet they used to inhabit has allowed itself to transform into. They are also still connected, on many levels of their consciousness, to the idea of the transformation, and are assisting in many archetypal and symbolic ways. Other density levels of consciousness which have never been physical in your system at all, but which you can, in some way, shape and form, consider extraterrestrial, are also involved with you at this time. These will extend their consciousnesses from the dimensionalities in which they exist, in which they allow themselves to perceive themselves as the dimensions from which they project. And all of these consciousnesses, both non-physical and physical, exist in an observational shell, so to speak, surrounding your planet, observing all the different transformations of energy taking place. Now recognize that much of this interest and much of the reason for the non-interference is because your civilization, your planet, is at a crux point of energy that allows it to connect into many different dimensionalities, and thus, in a very great sense, what you do here affects many different levels of dimensionality. Now, our perception at this time is that you have allowed yourself to go beyond the idea of annihilating yourselves by nuclear holocaust. This would be the only time, the only incident, the only opportunity, wherein you would have found what in your terms would have been interference. For we would not allow what has already happened in your system once the annihilation of a planet totally by those forces as the remnants of your asteroid belt lay testimony to. Many of those individuals from that planet which you have called Maldek are reincarnated upon your planet and going through the same idea of opportunity to destroy or create upon your planet again. Recognize, the only reason there would have been a non-allowance of nuclear holocaust upon your planet is not so much that you cannot choose to destroy yourselves, if you wish, but destroying yourselves in that way would affect many different dimensionalities and would not be contained nor kept only to your own backyard. However, you have already gone beyond that point, and much of the violence you are seeing escalating upon your planet is actually a result of the knowledge that you can now let it all out and purge yourselves of the need to experience all this negativity. Because you now know that no matter how much of it you release and interact with upon your planet, it will not lead to nuclear annihilation at this time. Therefore, recognize that the strength of the connection between your dimension and others, and other civilizations, is because of the energy out of which you have created this particular civilization in which you are partaking. This intensity of energy, this intensity of focus, is, to some degree, responsible for why you have created such an intensity of negativity upon your plane. You wish to experience all the ideas of the separation of yourself from the all that is that you are. All these manifestations allow you to create third density at such an unprecedented degree of solidity that the intensity of this solidity does, in fact, actually pull upon the fabric of dimensionality between your civilization, your plane of existence, and many others. It is very, very, very dense. Not so much in a negative way do we mean that, but it is dense in the sense of having much mass, much energy. The intensity of focus creates energy, creates mass, and in this way acts as a gravitational sink, a mental sink, a psychic sink, which draws and attracts many events in the weave of the fabric of mentality of all that is into this locale. And, thus, many civilizations are interested in what you are creating as your own experiment in this time and space. Therefore, you will find that there will be countless thousands of individuals in the proximity of your solar system at this time which are in the mode of observation and assistance when and where you will allow it. For again, aside from the idea of the nuclear annihilation, there is no reason to interfere. It is your planet and you may do what you will with it, even to the point of annihilating yourself completely in any way, shape, or form that will not affect the other dimensionalities. Now, this idea of the observation of your civilization has allowed you, from time to time, to recognize and perceive physically many of the spacecraft and projections of consciousness from different civilizations in your own skies. Recognize that your governments are aware of our existence. And, as we have said, taking back the responsibility for your own fears will allow your governments to be recognized as yourselves, and will allow them to serve you, rather than keep you in the dark about what you are telling you are too fearful to know. They are well aware of the idea of our spacecraft and are attempting to duplicate the technology. In your possession, upon your planet exist no fewer than 11 forms, variations, components, or whole craft from other civilizations, including the idea of what you call physiological bodies that allowed your civilization to retrieve them, to study them. These have been moved to many different locations. Though we will find the idea of the attitude of the individuals who recovered the craft and the bodies somewhat, I will say, distasteful, because of what they have allowed themselves to create as experimentation upon those forms for their own understanding. At the same time, we do not carry negative grudge, but simply recognize that it is all a part of the timing and your degree of willingness and allowance to recognize what does exist beyond your own sphere, beyond your own world. We recognize that there will be, because of these incidents, because of these interactions, opportunities for much of this information to make itself known through word of mouth to many people in your civilization. Also, coupled with this information leaking from the inside, as you would say, will be information which we are allowed to participate in and share with some isolated individuals from the outside. From time to time, there will be face-to-face interaction with one or two or a few beings upon your planet when and where the timing, the energy, and the mentality will allow, without once again interfering with the free will of your civilization that does not want to experience this idea. Thus, bit by bit, the individuals who are co-creating with us the reality of the existence of our interaction with you will be able to radiate this knowledge and share this knowledge upon your planet, which will allow more of your people to accept that it can, if they wish, happen in this way. Also, recognize that the other methodology by which other beings from other civilizations can interact directly with your civilization is by allowing themselves to be native to your circumstances, to your field of magnetism and mentality, to your transformational era. They will then, by allowing themselves to integrate and recognize their own origins, be able to also form a third foundation of the triad of information which will support the idea of the allowability of our interaction, physically, with your civilization. Thus, this threefold methodology will be something which is utilized on many planets when they deem they wish to explore or be receptive to these ideas. The idea of information in the form you are perceiving to be channeling will usually be a result of this third foundational idea. That is, the channels themselves will be those individuals who have recognized their connections and will allow the information that they have agreed to channel to come through. Thus do we serve both those individuals who wish to partake of this information, who wish to create this type of reality between their civilization and others, and, at the same time, we also serve those who do not. For this methodology of information will allow individuals who wish to know this information to be able to find it, and those that do not wish to know the information to never know it existed, as at this time. Much of this information will seem to be a product of a completely different underground society, almost as if you have two different types of reality going on upon your planet at the same time. One that deals with much information that is usually not known by what you would call the normalized population of your planet, and one that allows the normalized population of your planet to go about their lives choosing what it is they wish to, and wish not to, partake of. Those things that they wish not to partake of will not be known to them. They will find themselves simply isolated from that information until they choose to recognize that they do wish to partake in what may, sooner or later, become a majority idea upon your planet. Then, if they wish to partake of it, they will draw themselves to it. If they do not wish to partake of it, they will move out of your society in one way or another. Either by the idea of simply ending their physical lives through natural death and not reincarnating upon a planet that recognizes the idea of itself as a component of an overall association of civilizations, or they will recreate for themselves a parallel alternate reality Earth in the same manner. Much the same idea again, in which no such idea exists. One way or another, the idea of interacting with other civilizations is something that is a product of the fourth density transformation that you are undertaking. And thus you will find that in the years you know to be 1987 to 1994 will be the greatest opportunity for you to communicate directly with the factions of yourselves that are your media and are your governments, and to talk with them about these ideas, not whether or not this information exists, but how to release the information for the benefit of all concerned. This information does exist. You are aware of it, your governments are aware of it, your media are aware of it. Allow it to be all right for them to recognize that you, the population, is aware of it, and that you can, together, create an understanding that will not deprive anyone of their own personal power, but only of that false power which people feel they may need to hold over other individuals. This is not really power at all, but only an admission of the feeling of the creation of their own helplessness and powerlessness. Grant them the opportunity to recognize that it is the sharing and the blending of all of the interactions of your civilization with other civilizations which will grant each being, within all civilizations, their own power, their own self-empowered awareness, allowance, and freedom of choice to partake of and participate in, and is yet one more way that all that is has of expressing itself, one more method of blending consciousness and exploring the multiverse that each and every being carries within him or herself. In this way, you will come to realize that you will, at first, encounter many types of humaniform life similar to your own or variations that will allow you some basis for recognizing commonality. This will be because this is the expression for 90% in third density, the idea that you would call mostly the head, the hands, the arms, the legs, the body upright, walking, the eyes to a great degree, the ears, nose, mouth. There will be a wide range of variants in the extraterrestrial civilizations that are already in contact with you. And many of the ones you will discover interacting with on your own as you expand yourself outward and join the association of all the civilizations that already interact with us. And many different dimensional density levels of consciousness. Recognize that, in your own good time, you will become the TJFOs of other civilizations. You will be able to interact with them and share with them according to what they wish to share. The idea, once again, that the multiverse is vast, infinite, diverse, and able to communicate with every portion of itself, space and time not being barriers to any form mental, spiritual, emotional, or physical. This you will learn. Your scientists will come to realize that all the ideas of space and time that they have been looking at as barriers to prevent this type of communication are all illusions, are all simple perspectives and perceptions based upon, once again, the continuation of the habitual ritual of separating yourself from the all that is that you are. Blending your consciousness together will allow you to know and recognize the universe and all civilizations to exist right here, right now, in the same space, the same basic place. Only the perspective differs and creates the illusion that all is separate, far-ranging, widely dispersed. Now, this is not to say that this is not valid as a tool, and will not teach you much about the ideas that you have created for yourselves, but you will recognize that it is a symbol for all that is contained within you. And allow me to say, when you allow yourself your own true space travel, you will recognize that traveling through space and time is only traveling within yourselves, within your consciousness. And it is within your consciousness that you will always be able to meet any and all other civilizations. As you allow yourself the opportunity to move from individual to family to tribe to village to city to state to country to world to system to stellar to interstellar to galactic to pan-galactic to universal to multidimensional to beingness, you will still, once again, always retain the idea of individuality that allows you to express all these levels of unification within the infinite diversity of the all that is, that you all are. In the next section of the work, we will, thus, unify the idea of that beingness in what we call the template realization, which, at this point, is the foundational edge of your understanding of the connection of your consciousness to the physical universe. In this way, allow us to extend to you the opportunity to see other civilizations, not so much as extraterrestrial, not so much yourselves as terrestrial, but simply that each civilization is another way of expressing the multitudinous ways that all that is can express itself. We are all different aspects of the same oversoul consciousness, and that realization, together with the realization of you containing all the space and time that you perceive to be outside yourself, will allow you to identify all consciousness that is in touch with you and all communication coming from them to you. we will, before your century is out, have interacted more physically with your planet. You will recognize this if you continue along the same path that you are creating now. And during the transformation, from this point forward, interaction on that level will become quite commonplace, though seemingly science fiction to you now. Recognize that much of what you have previously considered to be science fiction is now to you quite mundane. We are not saying you will lose your excitement, but that you will simply recognize that the interaction of many different civilizations is quite natural, and it will become natural to you. And it will seem to you that you cannot imagine how you could have thought any other way. As many of the things you now have in your civilization seem so natural to your children, they cannot imagine it having been any other way. We thank you for this sharing in this section of the work. We will allow you to recognize that your civilization and our civilization and all civilizations with whom you are in touch are, together, the sharing that continues forever. From the perspective of one extraterrestrial source, we are not ready, as a world body, to trade and communicate with other planetary beings. Do you agree with this point of view? Recognize that it is very obvious that this is so, in the sense that the majority of individuals upon your planet really do not want to meet with the idea you call extraterrestrial, or they would already vibrate in accord with that reality, and we and other civilizations would already be able to be allowed upon your planet without causing disruption. When you consider yourselves to be equal to us and other civilizations, then you will create the opportunity for equal sharing. Recognize that the idea of beings that are integrated wholly within themselves generate a field, so to speak, of energy around and about themselves that reflect this integration. Individuals upon your planet who are not allowing themselves to be integrated thus will find that if they were to come into contact with a being that had an integrated field, they would, so to speak, be swept up in the more accelerated field. And, for lack of a better term, they would be forced to face those portions of their personality that they have not chosen to integrate into their own field. And it is that would cause the fear and the psychic shock that would be disruptive to your society. For when individuals are forced to face portions of themselves they are not willing to look at, it will be disruptive to the psyche. Thus we will wait for the time when you allow yourselves to blend all portions of your consciousness equally, so that you can view other consciousness as equal to your own and ease the idea of the transition and blending between yourselves and another society. Since gestures and symbols are universal, are there certain gestures and symbols that one could learn to facilitate the communication with the extraterrestrial consciousness? Now, recognize again that the integration in and of itself will allow you to be emotionally connected to any other being, and in that way, gestures are not necessary. You will simply know each other. Do you follow me? Yes. And rather than a kind of visual gesture, it will be telepathic. In a sense, although, again, the idea you call telepathy is still, to some degree, a separation idea, whereas what I am describing now is more in the line of simply direct integration. For even though telepathy is an emotional connection, integration is something which removes even the concept that there is a connection that needs to be made. It is simply the oneness of everything and, therefore, the automatic knowingness of anything that is desired to be communicated. Is it true that the red Indian and the extraterrestrial consciousnesses are similar? Some. Simply recognize that what is similar is what your American Indian culture understood, that their non-physical dream reality is every bit as real as the physical reality, and they live in both. And this is the product of the same type of integration that many extraterrestrial societies allow themselves to partake in as well. That is why the American Indian culture was more open and more consciously in contact with many extraterrestrial civilizations during the same time that your Western civilization was unaware that other planets existed at all. For the American Indian was able to step through the dimensional barrier and simply come into contact with other consciousnesses which inhabit those different levels. It was, for them, quite a matter of course, quite a normal, natural, day-to-day idea. Is that still true of the American Indian culture, or have they been westernized to a point where that is no longer true for them? It is basically foundationally still true, although this westernization idea has caused them, not so much the idea to adapt themselves out of it, although that has happened as well, but much of the idea of being surrounded by something that they cannot adapt to. It has caused them to create the idea of breakdown in communication within themselves and so, conversely, breakdown in the ability to step through those doorways. Some still retain this awareness. So some still are able to live in an integrated way between third and fourth density? Yes, and because of the blending of your Western civilization with the American Indian culture now, some of your Western civilization members also have learned this idea through interaction with the American Indian culture. There appears to be a growing mass consciousness idea that beings from other planetary civilizations are within Earth's electromagnetic field at this time to neutralize, to a degree, the dominance of negativity. Would you comment on this idea? Now, only to an extent is this accurate. If you will simply remove from that statement, and from that equation, all references that have to do with the idea that someone else is taking responsibility away from you for your creations, that someone else is acting as a so-called savior, then what you will be left with in the equation is the understanding that we are equally involved with you in the co-creation of the idea of a balanced electromagnetic field. There is the idea of more awareness of our involvement in this co-creation, and so it seems to you that we are more actively doing something about it. But when you become more aware of more of your consciousness, you will recognize that you have been playing a very active part all along equally with us. We understand that at one time, what appears to be Atlantis used anti-gravity machines to enable us to build structures and travel freely without polluting the planet. Will you explain that method, and do we have that potential in the Earth's near future? Yes, you do. Now, actually, you have recreated some of it already, but because of the situation that you have created with your political structure, much of this information has been suppressed. Some of the methodology involved the manipulation of light, the rendering and acceleration of this idea and stepping up of this light into different vibratory frequencies that would resonate in specific harmonics to the Earth's field and cause there to be a negation of the gravitic tensor field. The majority of the science of that which you call Atlantis was of the nature of the creation through crystals and light and metal of various tunings or tonings or patterns of vibration. Because they recognize that everything in physical reality, including gravity, is a product of the idea of consciousness expressing itself in a physical medium through the mechanism of vibration. Thus, you will find in your own research the exploration of the vibration of electromagnetism and light through crystalline structures and conductors that are created to be rotational masses. These will be the directions that will allow you to recognize the ability to adjust the gravitic dynamic tensor field in ways that will give you what you have colloquially called anti-gravity. Dr. Chandley, is this a technique that is already utilized by the extraterrestrial consciousnesses? Yes, you will find that there are variations from civilization to civilization in their application, and some applications will be, so to speak, more sophisticated than others. All those civilizations have had their learning experience, have started from one basic idea, as you will, and have allowed themselves to simply create this idea in many different ways, in the same manner that you have explored different ways of water, land, and air travel. Even though the principles are basically the same, you have a great deal of variation in the methodology that you can apply to any one of these particular modes of travel. There has been much information concerning the evacuation of planet Earth by extraterrestrial spacecraft during a transitional upheaval in our transformational time span. During this time, it has been said that those who survive will access the vast amount of knowledge on all levels and will assist in rebuilding the planet. Now understand, once again, that many of these sensings or predictions sometimes are created out of the idea that you do not recognize the level in which you are also participating in this idea. No one is going to save you, because you do not need saving. You are God all that is. Simply recognize that the idea of this so-called shift and transformation will be that you, with us, will create the ability to form an interaction by already allowing yourselves to shift into fourth density. You will simply be another world altogether. There may be some aspects that you retain symbolically that you may want to rebuild, but the idea of any so-called devastation, in no way, shape, or form, has anything to do with the amount of devastation that you thought was going to happen when the so-called prediction was first made. Remember that predictions are not actually predictions of the future. They are sensings of the situation in the present that have the most amount of energy behind them, and if those ideas change, then so do the predictions, or at least the methodologies within the predictions. What is basically true about the predictions is that there will be shiftings, there will be transformations. But your ancient prediction, because it only understood the idea of the transformation through the separation it had placed upon itself, usually predicted dire consequences on a global scale. Now, if the transformation had occurred at that time, then that would have been the way in which you would have experienced a trial by fire. But now that you are allowing yourselves to integrate in this shifting, you can know that there is no need to go through trial by fire in order to simply know you can have whatever reality you allow yourselves to be. Thus, your transformation now can be more enlightened, more joyful, more uplifting, in that sense of the term, rather than having to be lifted up out of a sticky situation. You will uplift yourselves and we will meet you on that level. And that is what is being referred to as the upliftment. The idea of the 144,000 beings taken up is a symbol of something that was a past prediction. Yes, and even then it was more symbolic than literal. Then the idea of the harvest in June of '87 is also just an idea of a symbol. There have been, upon your planet, many ideas you call harvests. Again, simply, if you recognize it as simply the changing of everything, then you can recognize that what you perceive to be the harvest is simply the movement of a wave over the entire planet. It is a harvesting of equal vibration. As one vibration encompasses the planet, then all who are of like vibration go with it. Those that are not, stay in the reality that they are vibrating to. Thus you are creating parallel universes of yourselves, and, in this way, individuals who are not of the same vibration will simply not be perceived any longer. They will move themselves into the vibration that they identify with. Others will move themselves into other vibratory levels. And other individuals will remove themselves from each other's reality in various ways. Some may simply just disappear. Some may simply physically die in ways that will allow you to recognize they will not reincarnate into your reality, but will reincarnate into the vibration that they have just left. Over time, this process would lead to a situation where only reincarnating beings who resonate with the vibration of equality will be drawn to this place. Chapter 7. Template Metaphysics. Now, since this chapter is the completion chapter of the main body of the work so far, allow us, at this time of your time, to deal with the idea, the overall idea of the work being that, which we have called in your language, template metaphysics. This idea, this foundational reference, will be seen to be just that, foundational reference. And through this chapter we will indicate and apply this reference to all the different ideas within the different chapters we have previously discussed, allowing there to be an indication of how this reference underlies all the different disciplines upon your world. To begin with, as we approach the idea from what you call the scientific point of view, you will find that what we call the template will be a reference to the underlying substructure of that which you call physical reality. The underlying substructure of that which you recognize, at this point, to be the underlying physical substructure. The energy homogeneous field out all matter, space and time are created. In this way, you can recognize that while your scientists are searching for their unified fields, and as they allow consciousness to become a part of the equation, as we have said, they will begin to discover a field, so to speak, which is not a field, which will be represented by this idea we call the template. It is the underlying support system of all that you perceive to be physical and is, in and of itself, not really so much physical as it is implied. It has more to do with what your physicists understand to be, what they call implicate order, enfolded within the idea of your three-dimensional reality. Now, this template will touch upon many dimensions of reality, but its bearing will have a greater effect, in an actualization sense, upon the three-dimensional reality you relate to as your reality. From the scientific point of view, that everything is an equation which balances out, you can look at the equation that represents the template as both a linear expression and a geometric representational solid form, symbolic form. The geometric figure, which represents this, will be a double pyramidal tetrahedron, base to base, one pyramid pointing up, one pointing down, each being three-sided, having a common base, two apexes, one up, one down. The common base, the 3 points that form the common base for both tetrahedrons will be both the x, the y, and the z points, and the negative x, the negative y and the negative z points. The upper apex will be the t point. The lower apex will be the negative t point. Drawing a line, if you will, from the top apex to the bottom apex and passing through the central plane which defines the x, y, z points, the center of all those points will be the 0 point, the center of the entire structure. Now, the definition of this structure, of this symbol, is as follows. Your scientists have been delving into matter, rendering it down to smaller and smaller components, searching for the basic building block of all matter. To date, they have discovered the idea that the basic, so-called, building blocks of matter out of energy comes in thirds. These thirds they have represented as being what they call quarks in your language. There will be, then, the 6 ideas of this double tetrahedron. The faces 1, 2, 3, top 1, 2, 3. Bottom represent the idea, so to speak, of the relationship of the quark, and in this way we'll show how, using the tetrahedral structure, which is the basic 3-dimensional structure you can have, they, as a solid, exemplify the idea of what you call, in your scientific terms, the uncertainty principle, being that the basic fundamental unit of matter is, as you describe it to be, the idea of the quark, the third part of any structure you consider to be a whole, so to speak, an active part. You will see in your uncertainty principle that you cannot know what you call position and momentum simultaneously. If you recognize, in any tetrahedral structure, the idea that the base, forming the x, y, z components of space, and the apex component of time, then you can recognize that, in the tetrahedral structure, any facet, any face of the tetrahedral structure will contain, at any given moment, either only, if you take the base to be one face, all the x, y, z components of location in space, and none of the components of t, time, and hence, none of the components of the idea of momentum, but only the component of the idea of position, or any of the other faces, each of which, being in a plane that you can measure, which is open to you to measure the idea of any 2 position components and 1 time apex component, either x and y and t, y and z and t, or z and x and t, but none of the 3 altogether of x, y, z, and in this way you can see that, while you have the complete time component and hence the complete momentum component, you have only 2/3 of the position component and cannot know the third. If you are measuring x, y, and t, y, z, and t, z, x, and t, you will always have the t, but always be missing a third, which will define, in your third-dimensional reality, the x, y, and z that you need to determine position. Now, this is the structure of the crystal, the basic foundation crystal which defines the template of your physical reality, and you will find that this is the only thing that bridges physicality into non-physicality. The idea of the location of objects, the idea itself of position in time-space, is the only series of components which is more basic than the idea of the physicalized quark. Time-space itself is the next component that is not strictly of matter, it is quasi-reality. But it is fundamental to the basic understanding of why your physical reality exists. For you see, the idea of space-time is, in and of itself, the methodology. The definition, the creation of space-time is, in and of itself, the methodology by which you create all matter and energy in your reality. And it is this idea, which you are located within such an idea, such a construct of space-time, which gives rise to the idea that your universe is something physically existing outside yourselves. Now, as it relates this template idea to all the other disciplines, religion, metaphysics, and so forth, you will find that it forms, as we said, the pattern upon which consciousness can allow the energy field to take the various shapes that it does, the various wavelengths, vibrations, amplitudes, modulations that it does, to form all the solidifications of the energy which rests upon and is supported by this template field. You can, therefore, understand the idea implied in the triad in this way: how you have recognized, many times, that things are connected in the idea you call threes, as this will be a representation of the idea of the template crystal, the double tetrahedron, both positive and negative, pointing up to pointing down, to allow for all opportunities to occur within your universe. And by this one equation alone can everything be manifest. It is this equation and the idea of the source of the consciousness at the zero rest point through which all ideas can be manifest into this six-sided, five-pointed equation which will allow you to recognize the unification of all ideas, all beliefs, all fields, all energy motions, and all electromagnetic mentality in your universe. This idea of the template is something which will, in and of itself, begin to bespeak an entirely new approach to what you call physics. It is, in and of itself, the place, so to speak, where you go when you travel in hyperspace, to the zero rest point, where all potentials are equally possible. You can then understand that all space-time, when you are at the zero rest point in what you call hyperspace, all space-time surrounds you in much the same way that the XYZ, negative XYZ, T and negative T components in the hypertemplate crystal surround the zero rest point at the center. This idea, this solid equation, is all that is necessary to also recognize all of the idea of the source of self that is defined in all of your religions, all the idea of expansion of yourself that is defined in all religions. It is that all that you are, everything that is, all that is, equals the nothingness out of which it all was created. All time, all space emerges from this nothingness. But it is not a nothingness of non-existence. Existence always has existed. In this way, you can allow yourselves to recognize that it always will exist. The template, the equation, on that level of basic, pure, fundamental existence itself, is something which you can allow yourselves to perceive as you need it in your physical reality, on whatever level your imagination allows you to perceive it, to allow yourselves to act as this crystal, but as this fundamental beingness which will show that the 5 points, 5 apexes, and the 6 facets are all that give rise to the 11-dimensionality that your physicists have described as being enfolded into the entire idea of existence, as you perceive it. It is this structure, in and of itself, which represents all that you hold to be the expanse outwardly of your universe and inwardly of your universe. The application of this idea will allow you to shift the vibration of the crystal into whatever you wish it to be, to shift its color, to shift its aspects, to allow it to resonate and harmonize and synchronize with every idea you have been, are now, or can become. Recognize that, with this work, with the ability of your society to co-create this work with us, it is an indication of the fundamental recognition, the fundamental ability of your society to begin to recognize the blending it has created, and to know that the reality you have for so long considered to be only a product of the whim of a universe disconnected from yourself is now going to be everything you imagined it could be. All of your religions will become knowingness. All of your science will become the same knowingness. All of your philosophy will become life worth living. And with life knowingness blended together, this will become the willingness to see yourselves at the center and as the source of all that is. This work will, in future times, be expanded by the interaction of your willingness to interact with it, with us, with all that you are in contact with, and all that is in contact with you. As by the expression you find yourself to be all the multidimensional facets, you will then discover all the facets that you share with everything else. And one by one, as you become the relationship of those facets, of those ideas, as you incorporate, with ease of creation, all that we have discussed in this work, then action, the same action that allows you to perceive a universe around you and within you, and creation itself will be what you can directly feel, how you can directly act, what you can directly perceive yourselves to be creation itself. And you will allow yourselves to become the total idea of the relationship of everything within all that is. And in that seeing, in that knowingness of yourself as the relationship of all that is, you will become all that is. Therefore, all of your faith, all of your scientific instruments, all of the portions of your personality, all of your past, present, future, and alternate lives, all beings everywhere, everywhen, in all multiverses, and in all dimensions of experience and expression, all are a part of you. You are a part of all. You have heard this all before. This is all nothing new, and yet this is a new birth, a new creation. Even though all that is exists in totality, this is also your new creation of the totality of all that is. This idea of paradox and polarity will also be included in your new understanding of yourselves. As this work is completed, we extend to you all our greetings, our welcome into a new idea of yourself, which we will share with you in many ways in years to come, as you continue to create time to exist. Your own endeavors in the fourth density reality will be what we shall discuss briefly in the second half of this chapter of the work. This will be the ending of the first section. Now, as this work concludes, allow me to remind you that we are not better than you. We do not know everything there is to know, though we know that, on some level, we are all that is, which knows all there is. Like you, we are travelers through the universe of our being. We have our own discoveries. We have our own creations and our own co-creations, one of which is with you and your civilization. We share the exploration of ourselves and yourselves so that we may both grow in understanding of that much more of all that is. And, in our sharing there through our creations, becomes that much more of all that is for both our civilizations to explore together. The time is approaching when we and others will be able to interact freely upon the surface of your planet once again with you, as you conclude the 25,000-year cycle of separation from the all that is, that you are, and allow yourselves the integration and integrity to recognize that you have every right to have the type of reality that you wish upon your planet: harmony, unconditional love and peace, and the self-empowerment and the freedom of choice to create them and all that comes with it. These ideas will be explored by you in your fourth density state. Disease will be a tool you no longer need. Your lifespan will increase to include the expanded idea of yourself, not requiring many lives to act out any particular idea you wish to physically experience, but being able to contain it all in one extended life. And these lives, these physical lives, will occur less frequently as you allow yourselves to recognize that all that you have considered to be your karma is completely self-imposed. And you allow yourselves to know that the cycle of reincarnation in this particular plane is something, as a tool, you are also through with. Almost. You will see and perceive energies which you will know to be extensions of yourselves, and you will see in those extensions and those energies how those energies form one idea, that each of you, without losing your individuality, can perceive to be one being that you all are. Recognizing the multidimensionality that you each are will allow you to express the individuality, the diversity, the uniqueness that you are, that much more boldly and creatively and lovingly. You will all know that, with your own self-empowerment, you are all as powerful as you need to have any idea upon your world manifest in any way, shape, or form that you wish, without needing to force your views upon anyone, nor make anyone do anything to make you feel powerful. If you know you are powerful, you do not need to make anyone else make you feel powerful. These ideas will be blending in your fourth density state. You will be breathing a new atmosphere, which will be an extension of the clarity of your own consciousness, and it will be both crystalline and sweet, perfumed with the sweetness of your own unconditional love. The vibration of the earth crystal will be in harmony with you. The green of the emerald earth, the blue of your knowing spirituality, and the violet of your all-creating consciousness will be the banners that you clothe your world within and that you expand into space upon your ships, as we have done, as countless civilizations have done. You will be, much as we are interacting with you, interacting with other civilizations, allowing your unconditional love and service to all that is to allow them the choices that you have allowed yourselves and offered us to assist you with. You will live full lives on all levels of your being in joy, in love and light and laughter. Allow me to remind you, all ideas of separation and the mechanism that perpetuates separation will dissolve from the fabric of your society. All will be perceived as interwoven, inseparable though, once again, will be perceived as individualized. And in this way you will beat with one heart. You will think with one mentality. You will believe with one knowing idea. And in all of this oneness will still be the granting of validity to the infinite diversity and further recognition of yourselves as all that is. We transform with you, and as such, as you blend within yourselves your pasts, presents, and futures, so also do we. This work shall be the signpost for us of that transformation and the last information we shall communicate to you in the manner we have communicated it. There shall be, from this point forward, for us, a blending as well. And this will mark the beginning of our willingness to interact with you in fourth density consciousness reality. For all those that shall now interact with us will be of that vibration alone. It has been presented that a relationship exists between musical notes and combination of notes and alphabetics. There seems to be an understanding that the alphabetics from music, as in Mozart's 24th Piano Concerto and in other works of Bach, may possess information that appears to apply to the process of integration. Can you comment on this idea? Very good. Recognize that many of what you call mathematicians and composers and linguists have all recognized similar patterns of vibrational energy, These patterns of vibrational energy represent the nexus points of which we spoke that are indicative of the vibrational signatures, patterns which represent the overall mass conscious agreements and reflections and creations that form the definition of your dimension of your universe. Thus you will find that when these vibrational patterns are re-expressed in various ways, by playing the music, even vocally, or through language, or even mentally, these ideas will be in synchronous harmony with the vibrational patterns which already exist in signature form. As these vibrational patterns are expressed, they impress themselves upon the electromagnetic flux and fluid and field of your planet and your universe. These ideas you chose to experience are those that are in harmony, in synchronous resonance with those patterns that already exist in the template that defines the reality you have chosen to experience, and thus will carry the greatest weight for you, the greatest force for you. They will reinforce themselves with their own standing waves. They will be reflections of the resonant harmonies that already represent the foundational structure of the reality you are experiencing, and that is why they are felt through the ages, and why you consider them to be eternal. Do you follow me? Yes, I do. Can this musical harmonic be translated by a medium in words while in trance listening to the music? It can be done. Thank you. From one point of view, it is said we can program our subconscious mind to work out problems or situations while we sleep. This is an idea that has come up in many of our articles in magazines. Yes, but it never says how this programming can be done. You have many beings upon your planet that suggest various methods of how. Recognize it is, again, simple enough to allow yourself to go into your imagination, recognizing that your imagination, as the tool which vibrates in harmony and resonance for you, is programmed for you, and whatever your imagination tells you is the way you can do it, it will be the way you can do it, whether it be as simple as simply telling yourself this is what you will do, or inventing an hour-long ritual to allow yourself to know you have arrived at the proper conclusion to know that this is what you will do. So a ritual would work, if that's the bridge to having no ritual at all. If that is based upon your belief system, yes. And if it is not based on a belief system, you will find out in short order. We will thank you for your gift of unconditional love in the creation of yourselves as you are, and the allowance by yourselves, your willingness to interact, and your willingness to create. We love you deeply from the very core of our beings. And we will communicate with you again through another facet of our being. This will conclude the main body of the work. If you want something to manifest, you must be the vessel through which it can manifest, otherwise there is nowhere where it can manifest. If you are not being that vessel, how can it manifest? You have to be that state in order for the reality to manifest. Again, remember, life doesn't happen to you, it happens through you. If you're not vibrating like the gate, it can't come through the gate. It cannot manifest, it cannot crystallize, it cannot solidify. You can be the idea of a cup all you want, it won't hold water. You have to be the cup, physically, to hold the physical water. Most of you rely only on the concept of the imagination to be the manifester instead of understanding that physical action is the expression of the imagination, when you don't make a separation between physicality and spirit. There is no separation between belief and action. Your imagination becomes real only as you are the manifestation of your imagination through the action. If it really were real to you, nothing would stop you from acting it out. You would become one and the same with your imagination, and there would be no thought of there being a difference between you and your imagination. As long as you keep saying you have an imagination, you are not being your imagination, and that's the difference. You are creative thought. You are physical reality, you're not in it. It is you. Be the reality according to the highest degree of the vibration of excitement that you are. You can imagine many things, but they are in potentiality in your particular dimension, except for the one that is representative of your particular conduit of excitement. That one can physiologically manifest if you act upon it.